Hello, good morning, everybody out there. We start with the third conference day, the invited conference day of the Vienna Music Business Research Days 2020 on emerging music markets. And welcome back for this, I hope, very interesting conference day. And first of all, I would like to thank the president of the University of Music and Performing Arts Vienna, Ulrike Süch, and her team to enable and support this international online conference as the conferences before. And the president of the university has also recorded a welcome address for our participants, and I ask now our sound engineering team to start the welcome address.
Distinguished guests, dear colleagues, students, and friends from all over the world. In its 11th year, the Vienna Music Business Research Days are facing exceptional circumstances. I would like to thank the organizers from the Department of Cultural Management and Gender Studies and those from Department of Music Sociology, especially Peter Schmuck and Michael Huber, for their huge efforts to make this conference possible in a digital version. And I would like to thank all invited guests who contribute to this conference with their presentations and speeches. I am very proud, especially in a time when music and the music business are threatened by corona-caused distance and precarity. The Vienna Music Business Research Days bring international experts closer together and inspire the professional discourses of the usual high quality. This year, we will focus on emerging music markets and thus bring up new opportunities and growing potentials in times of global crisis. This international conference brings together music business researchers, music professionals, and policy and lawmakers to analyze and discuss recent developments in the music economy. Our university is constantly supporting the conference with the aim of providing an international platform to present outstanding scientific research and to offer fruitful exchange with the music business. Eminent academics from all continents meet up with music representatives of music economy, music education, recorded music, music publishing, the live music business, collecting societies, management agencies, music distributors, music startup, and tech companies. This year, esteemed scientists and musicians, dear participants of the conference, you will not only discuss the growing market of the music business all over the world, but you will also shed light on highly actual developments. You will debate on how to make living as an artist in these days, as well as how to meet the challenges of the corona crisis in the cultural fields. Corona lockdowns have hit culture very hard worldwide. Many borders have been closed, countless events cancelled. Let us all remain open in our hearts so that there will never be a lockdown of culture, education, and science. Therefore, I welcome you all to the Vienna Music Business Research Days Conference 2020, and I wish you all a pleasant and inspiring conference.
So, thank you again to our President for this welcome address and for the support of the conference. I also want to thank my team here at the Department of Cultural Management and Gender Studies for their support, especially Slavka Matishkova, who is the organizer behind the scene of this conference. And I also want to thank the head of Department of Music Sociology, Tassos Tsempilas, for the financial support, and Michael Huber, who is co-organizing this year's Vienna Music Business Research Days. He, as you might know, mentors papers in the Young Scholars Workshop, and he also chaired yesterday some of the sessions. So I would like also to thank our sound engineering team. You cannot see them, but they are very important in times of the Corona times, especially Pete, who is our technician for all the 3 days. And he did a really tremendously good job, and I hope he will do that also today. I also want to thank the audiovisual department. They are also with us, Ulrich Wagner and his team, for the technical setup, and all employees of our university for their support. And last but not least, I would also thank my dear wife, Magdalena. It's our 11th conference now, this year in a special setting. And as you all know, she is the main force behind the conference. So thank you very, very much. I have some organizational details. We have 3 presentations on the music markets in Asia. We will have a presentation on the South Korean market, on the Chinese market, and the Indian market. And for all the presenters in the morning session, please use the screen sharing function on Zoom. You have 30 minutes for the presentation and 15 minutes then for Q's and A's. And for all others who want to join the discussion, please write your name in the Zoom chat, and then we have a discussion list. If you are not talking, please mute your microphones when others are presenting. In the afternoon, we will have 3 further presentations on Eastern European music markets, on Romania, on Poland, and the Ukraine. And for more details, please check our conference webpage. You find it on different pages, so I think you will be informed then. We will stream the entire conference today on Facebook and also on YouTube, and we also have a streaming channel at our university's Mediathek, so please feel free to choose any channel you prefer. We will take out of this presentation screenshots for our social media promotion. So if you don't like to want us to make screenshots or to use the screenshots, please let us know. Write an email to me or to Slavka Matishkova, and then we know you do not want us to have the screenshots. So I look on the list now, and I'm a little bit nervous because I do not see Bernie Cho on the list, who will make the presentation on the South Korean music market. But I see there is Archil Forla already here. Archil, can you hear me? It seems he's on the screen, but he cannot hear me. So Yes, it seems we are a little bit in trouble now because
His microphone is closed, Archil.
yeah. Archil, can you hear me?
Can you open his microphone?
So, okay. Also neither Bernie nor Archil are available yet.
Peter?
Okay.
To me, it seemed that he something mentioned like, oh, I just pop in and have to do some other things. So maybe write him an email or send something by chat. It
Yes.
seems that he just wanted to get to know if everything's working. So maybe he's in a parallel working universe.
Maybe he just forgot to open his microphone and his camera.
So I will also send him an email. So this is the disadvantage of a online conference, but we can try it this way. So let's see what will happen. I think I sent also an email to Bernie because it's his slot. Okay. So we are in a strange situation now to have no presenters. Yeah, sorry, I have to apologize, but we do not have an influence on that. So I hope at least Archil will read the message. And hopefully Bernie Joe will join us later. blenden wir mal das weg, damit ich die E-Mails checken kann. Ich muss einmal schauen, was da los ist. So, I had a telephone call with Bernie and he had technical problems. So, yeah, it's Corona times and I'm sorry for that. But Bernie is with us now. Can you see me? Can you hear me, Bernie? So you have to switch on your microphone. Please switch on your microphone. Yeah.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
We can hear
Okay.
you now.
Okay, good. And you can see me as well. Great.
Yeah. So,
All right.
excellent. So I give you some seconds. I will introduce you to the audience. So welcome to the Vienna Music Business Research Days. And I give some biographical information on Bernie. He's the president of the DFSB Collective, Seoul-based artist and label service agencies that specializes in providing digital media marketing and distribution solutions to more than 600 Korean pop music artists. And the agency collaborates with artists and their management companies to devise customized strategies that directly connect them to their local and global fans. And since 2009, the agency has successfully produced numerous K-pop concerts and showcases in North America, Asia, and Europe. And I think Bernie is the perfect expert on the Korean music market, especially on K-pop. And are you ready now, Bernie, for the presentation?
I am indeed, and I'm just ready to go. So,
yes. So please use the screen sharing function in Zoom if you have a presentation. And you have 30 minutes now, and we will then have a discussion after that.
Okay, I think on your end, you've disabled the attendee screen sharing. So if you let me loose, I'm ready to go.
It is enabled now.
Okay, great. Perfect. All right, I think we're good to go. So, okay, do you see my screen?
No.
Okay, hold on. Really quick. Now I think we should. Okay, do you see the screen now?
No.
Oh
sorry.
man, hold on. Jeez. Hold on, my apologies for the slight glitch. Okay, bingo. I think now we've got it.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, everybody, for your patience and understanding. Welcome from all the way here in sunny, slightly cold Seoul. Today, I wanted to sort of talk about a side of K-pop that many of you probably have been curious about but haven't really heard. I think Winston Churchill said it best when he was trying to explain the Russia market, or I should say the nation of Russia, when he said it's a mystery wrapped up in enigma, in some sort of riddle. And for a lot of outsiders and people from around the world, as much as they're getting to know and become more familiar with K-pop, the music exporting, a lot of people have a lot of questions, and hopefully I can provide you some answers as to not just K-pop, but the Korean music market here in Korea. And more importantly, how and why this market has been an export juggernaut for K-pop, not only across Asia, but more importantly, beyond Asia. So without further ado, I will start. So for many people, their first exposure to K-pop probably came from this guy, Psy. And for many people these days, it could be vis-a-vis through BTS, who's currently the biggest boy band in the world, or possibly maybe through Blackpink, currently the hottest girl band in the world. Now, there are other touch points for K-pop and Korean music, and for that matter, the Korean music market, many of you may or actually may not know is Korean. One of them being is the hit TV show from the US and now in Europe called The Masked Singer. This originally came from Korea. For those of you who are into esports and video gaming, the latest thing in League of Legends is a cyber virtual band called KDA, a K-pop band that is now a feature in video games. And last but not least, I probably will have to say a little bit less of you're welcome to more I'm sorry, but earworms such as Baby Shark. Yes, this indeed came from Korea as well. Now, that being said, today's topic that we're talking about is not just Korea, but also China. And Korea and China are both two of the most dynamic, fastest growing, and more importantly, diverse music markets, not only in Asia, but more importantly, in the world. And so what I'd like to do today is do a bit of a deep dive that hopefully will spur questions as well as answer those that you might have. The first thing I want to do is step back a bit and sort of give people context in terms of how big Korea is. For those of you who like to watch football, and for the few of you who might be hailing from North America and you call it soccer, you will often likely hear that actually means Republic of Korea in Korean. In order to get a grasp of sort of the size of Korea, on the map, Korea is really only the size of Portugal. Korea in the world is the 107th largest country in the world. In terms of population, it's roughly the size of Spain, or it's about the 28th largest country in the world. And when it comes to economy, Korea is neck and neck with Russia. It's the 12th largest economy in the world. But given all of these stats and all of these facts and all of these figures, Korea swings way above its weight when it comes to music, and more importantly, the music industry. Korea is currently the 6th largest recorded music market in the world, currently bigger than the BRIC companies, the BRIC countries such as Brazil, Russia, India, and China. Surprisingly, physical music sells very well in Korea at the moment and to this day. And so Korea is also the 6th largest physical music market in the world. And more importantly, which is the topic that we're hoping to share today, is streaming music. Korea is very much a streaming superpower. It's the 6th largest streaming music market in the world when we're looking at paid subscriptions. Why are we looking at paid subscriptions? Korea was a very hyper-connected, advanced music market where, for all intents and purposes, Korea skipped past the ad-supported, ad-driven freemium phase and went straight to premium, went straight to paid subscriptions. And as a result, Korea is now the 6th largest streaming music market in the world. Now, today's spotlight is why focus on Korea. Currently, from 2018 through 2023, according to PwC, APAC, Asia Pacific, will be the fastest growing streaming music region in the world. And more importantly, Korea will play a large role, not only in terms of exporting K-pop, which is popular in Greater China, Southeast Asia, Japan, and all parts of Asia, but more importantly, the business model that we're starting to see from Korea. Korea is currently the #1 music streaming market in the APAC region when it comes to paid subscriptions as a percentage of the streaming music market, coming in at 93.7% of total revenues. So that being said, I want to focus on, given the fact that Korea is the 6th largest streaming music market in the world, the 6th largest recorded music on the market in the world, I will focus on 6 themes, 6 concepts, 6 reasons as to why Korea is number 6 in the world. Reason number 1 is cultural technology. For many of you out there, you probably have no clue what that means, and that's okay. The reason is that this is a term that was actually coined in Korea by the leading music company CEO by the name of Suman Lee, Lee Suman. And in Korea, what's important to know is that Korea is very much a digerati society. It's the most wired and wireless country in the world. It's currently #1 when it comes to internet penetration and usage rate, mobile internet speeds and connections. And when it comes to the smartphone market, Koreans own more smartphones per capita than any country in the world. And the uptake on 5G is faster than anywhere in the world. And when it comes to APAC, Asia Pacific, Koreans love to buy things on their mobile phones. It's currently #1 when it comes to mobile e-commerce. And also when it comes to social media, Korea is the #1 social media market in Asia Pacific, meaning that Koreans are always and often actively and aggressively using platforms such as Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and nowadays TikTok, as well as Twitch. And as a result of this market environment of Koreans being sort of a digerati society, we have seen very quick market traction when it comes to the streaming music market. And as a result, Korea is a leader in the Asia Pacific region when it comes to streaming music. When we look at total paid subscriptions as a percentage of total revenues in the digital music market, Korea comes in at #1 in Asia. It generates more revenues through paid subscription services than Australia, Japan, and China. When it comes to total paid subscribers, Korea actually currently right now as we speak has more paid subscribers than the far larger, far bigger Japanese music market. And again, for those of you in Europe to understand just how big and how many Koreans are paying for paid music services, Korea currently has more paid subscribers than Germany and France as well. And for 2020, it's estimated that Korea will be slightly behind Japan in terms of revenues generated from streaming music. It will still stay ahead of China, but more importantly, it's bigger than most markets that people would assume would be bigger than Korea. For instance, it's 1.2x bigger than Australia, 2 times bigger than India, 2.3 times bigger than all of Southeast Asia, and nearly 5 times bigger than Taiwan. As a result, when we take a step back and look from outside looking in, Korea seems to look like to be a very attractive market, being the 6th largest streaming music market in the world. Now, what I'd like to do is, given the fact that Korea has such a big and such a vibrant streaming music market, how have international companies fared in the Korean market? Not well, which leads us to chapter 2, reason 2, premium DSP. Now, although Korea is the 6th largest streaming music market in the world, international services have struggled to enter into the market. When we talk about household names such as Spotify, Apple, Amazon, Deezer, in Korea, many of those services have not arrived or just recently arrived or are planning on arriving. So rather than it being questions of how someone is coming in or why they're coming in, basically when brands such as Amazon or Deezer or Tidal or others are looking to the Asia, but more importantly, the Korea market, it's really an issue of who, what, where, because frankly, many of these brands that are known worldwide are not known in the Korean music market because local DSPs dominate the streaming music market. As you can tell by these rankings, YouTube Music, vis-a-vis by piggybacking off of the YouTube Premium service, is coming in at #4, but Apple Music doesn't even register in the rankings in Korea because their numbers are so low. Now, why is that? Why is there such an market anomaly compared to other major music markets in the world? A lot of it has to do with the definition of DSP. When we look at YouTube Music, or for that matter, Apple Music, both of these international platforms are exactly that. They're content platforms. They're basic DSPs. They're basic digital service providers. They provide streaming music, sometimes download music, and in YouTube's case, they even provide some videos, be it music videos, concerts, documentaries, and shows, but essentially very basic DSP services. But when it comes to Korean DSPs, DSP stands for something completely different. The local DSPs are in fact all premium DSPs. DSPs not being digital service providers, they're actually diverse services providers. Not only are they the content platform similar to a basic DSP like YouTube Music or Apple Music, or for that matter, Spotify, but more importantly, they're premium DSPs because they're also the content producers and they're also the content providers. They do direct deals with music companies, management companies. They even invest in such companies and such artists. They have artist management in-house vis-a-vis through investments, JVs, strategic partnerships, and also very large funds when it comes to original content production. But again, they're not only producing content, they're distributing the content. They're the content providers. So they do the marketing and promotions, not only on their platforms, but other platforms. And again, they have independent music labels in-house that they are distributing through and doing original content distribution, not only locally, regionally, and worldwide. As a result, we see the market share of the top 3 DSPs. The top 3 premium DSPs roughly have over 3/4 or nearly 80% of local DSP market share. If we look at number 1, Melon, number 2, Genie, and number 3, Flow. Look at these numbers very carefully. Why? Because when I flip it to the next slide, and we look at the market share for distributors, we see the market dominance of these premium DSPs. These top 3, and it's no coincidence, have 75% market share of the top 100 streaming songs in Korea. It is not a coincidence that the top 3 DSPs with 75% market share of users also has 75% and more market share for distribution for the top 100 streaming songs in Korea. So as a result, the market dynamics in Korea are very different and actually more complex, because these top premium DSPs are engaged into a D2C relationship with the market, not direct to consumer, but direct to competitor. They are content providers to not only their platform, but to their competitors' platforms. And more importantly, for many international DSPs looking to crack into or enter the Korean market, it's very difficult, because the most likely strategic partners in other markets around the world, in Korea, those most likely partners already have partners themselves. And more importantly, they have their own music services, their own DSPs. And so when we look at a breakdown, pretty much, I shouldn't say pretty much, every single local DSP is a premium DSP providing content not only to themselves, but more importantly to their competition. Now, on one hand, it feels like a bunch of dogs sitting at a poker table, smoking, swapping cards and trading stories. But if things tend to get a little bit more competitive, maybe even a little anti-competitive, what sometimes happens is that these market players, when they have direct to competitive relationships, can often not only be market friends, but also sometimes enemies, and hence the term frenemies. And in Korea, as certain international music services have entered into the market, specifically with the instance of Apple Music, when they launched in Korea a few years ago, they struggled and continue to struggle with the fact that some of the top local DSPs, premium DSPs, have been holding out or boycotting their catalog from being serviced on these international platforms that have entered into Korea. The third element and the third unique factor about the Korean music market is that it is incredibly independent. Indiful ROK. This is a shout out to a very popular blog written by a woman in Sweden who loved indie Korean music. But her taste in indie music wasn't just the punk rocker or the EDM DJ or the hip hop MC. If anything, boy bands and girl bands and live bands in Korea all qualify as actually indie. And what do I mean by that? Korea, according to the Worldwide Independent Market Report from 2018, provided by Wintel, is the #1 independent music market in the world. And that's another way of saying that the international big 3 majors, Universal, Sony, and Warner, are actually neither big nor major in Korea. Combined, they only have 11.7% market share. And to update from those 2018 statistics to the first half of 2020, when we look at the official Korean music charts known as Gaon, the top 100 songs of the year on the streaming music chart, 83% would be considered indie, which is another way of saying only Universal, Warner, and Sony combined only had 17% of the songs in the top 100 for 2020. And when we stretch it out and elongate it to the top 200, it doesn't get much better. 89.3% of the market is indie, which is essentially saying roughly 11% of the market is represented by the international majors of Universal, Warner, and Sony. Now, when we look at who are the biggest players, who are the biggest distributors, again, it's no coincidence that it's the premium DSPs. And it's unfortunate, given how big the independent music market here is in Korea, most of the top global independent artist and label services, for whatever reason, are actually not available locally. Believe Digital does not have an office in Korea. Ditto, BMG, Caroline, ADA, AWOL, the list goes on and on and on. The only international independent artist and label services company that currently has an office in Korea is The Orchard. So it's a bit startling, it's a bit shocking that the #1 indie music market in the world does not have most, if not nearly all, the major international independent artist and label services companies in this very key and very important market. The fourth reason, the fourth thing that's unique about Korea is what I call the full stack business model, which leads me to the term I introduced earlier about cultural technology. In Korea, digital culture, youth culture, and pop culture are essentially one and the same. And when we look at the K-pop business model for many of the top K-pop music companies, their business model is very similar to what we see in tech, which is essentially the full stack developer, the person that can actually handle and do everything from concept to completion, step by step by step, all in-house and as a one-stop shop. And what we see is the market appeal of this particular business model. What I mean by that is obviously Korean music is very popular in the local market. It's about 82% of market share with streaming songs. But as everybody here well knows, Korean music does extremely well, not only across Asia, but beyond Asia. It is the #1 exported Asian music in the world. Now, the full stack business model is very interesting in the sense that it's integrated of recorded music, artist management, live music, merchandising, and licensing. And as a result of this full stack model, it turns out that recorded music only makes up 1/4 of the total revenues for Korean music companies. The remaining 3/4 of the revenues actually comes from artist services, be it live music, be it talent management, casting, artists into TV, films, commercials, and ads, and then others, be it merchandising and licensing. 1/3 will come from live music, roughly about 20% will come from talent management, and another 20% will come from merchandising and licensing. And why this is important is these top Korean music companies are very export focused and very export driven. And the fact is that pre-pandemic, live music was nearly 3/4 of the revenues for top Korean music companies. Recorded music was nearly 1/3 of their revenues, but their total is nearly 1/2. How do we know these numbers? The reason I know these numbers is that these top Korean music companies are all publicly traded on the Korean Stock Exchange. And as a result, they not only have to deliver good looks, good music, they have to deliver great numbers. And one of the ways that these premium DSPs can deliver great numbers is they invest into Korean music companies. And more importantly, they invest in music content. In other markets, this is sort of unique, innovative. In Korea, this is normal. While many people sort of hypothesize and theorize about certain DSPs kind of sort of maybe becoming the Netflix of music, in Korea, every major DSP in some way, shape, or form has actually become their own version of a Netflix of music. When we do the breakdown, again, based on their publicly traded stocks and the investor relations reports that they have to provide every quarter, we know that the top DSPs are investing as little as $200,000 to upwards of $80 million to have a stake, a minority stake, a strategic partnership stake, a JV stake, majority stake, or 100% ownership stake in music companies, be it artist management or music labels. And on average, they try to do a little bit over 50%. But the reality is that on average, these DSPs will invest anywhere between $5 to $10 million in new music companies. And again, have been known to invest as little as $200K to upwards and as high as over $80 million. When it comes to music content investment, each of these major DSPs in Korea all have content investment funds or budgets in-house. And it ranges from anywhere between 17 million to upwards of $22 million. To put that in context, and this perhaps would explain why the international big three majors are struggling with market share, is the investment made in original music content. These local premium DSPs are spending annually anywhere between 3.3x to 25 times more than the international major labels in Korea. And as a result of this investment, be it in local music companies or in local music content, these premium DSPs are reaping the rewards of value-added revenues. Now, these top premium DSPs, the revenue model, the value add is what we would call artist and label services. As a top premium DSP, the revenue model, just purely being a basic DSP, they'll make roughly about $2.10 per 1,000 streams. But if they engage in being a premium DSP, being not just the content platform, but more importantly, the content producer and the content provider, they can take a larger share of the revenue share. And as a result, in Korea, it should be noted that the streaming music market that's regulated by the Korean Ministry of Culture, payouts and accounting is not done pro rata, it's actually done per click. And per click in Korea for streaming is 0.006 cents per click. The difference between a premium DSP and a basic DSP is basically 28% per click. These premium DSPs will be making 28% more revenues than a basic DSP by having their hand in being the content platform, the content producer, and the content provider. And as a result, the revenues can be very interesting to just absolutely insane. Depending on the DSP annually, they can generate anywhere between $35 million to upwards of $150 million just providing these value-added artist and label services that international DSPs don't offer and international music labels do not offer. And in terms of how significant these value-added revenues are for top premium DSPs in Korea, it can range from anywhere between 1/5 to 1/3 of their total DSP revenues. And last but not least, scale. How big is this K-pop boom? Yes, we look at YouTube numbers. Yes, we look at Instagram numbers. Yes, we look at streaming numbers. The numbers I would like to look at is basically less about the artists, but more about the companies. Currently, right now, the top music companies in Korea are absolutely crushing it when you compare them to the international music labels in Korea. Universal, Sony, and Warner barely in the top 10 or just sitting outside of the top 10 when it comes to annual revenues. In fact, the #1 Korean music company generates over 10 times more revenues annually than the #1 international music label in Korea, which happens to be Universal Music Korea. To see even put it in another context, these top Korean music companies actually generate more money than many of the top US music labels. Top Korean music companies such as SM Entertainment, Big Hit Entertainment, YG Entertainment, or JYP Entertainment, they generate more money annually. They generate more revenue annually than the #1 Latin music label in the US, the #1 urban music label in the US, and the #1 country music label in the US. So when we talk about how big the business of K-pop is, it's not big, it's huge. And more importantly is when we look at these individual K-pop companies, their revenues actually exceed many of the music markets in Asia. When we look at what their live music and recorded music market sizes are, SM Entertainment and Big Hit Entertainment, Big Hit for those of you out there who don't know, that's the home of BTS, who are about to IPO soon. These companies generate more revenues annually than the entire music market of India. YG Entertainment generates more money than most of Southeast Asia. And whether it's Kakao M, which happens to be the top DSP in Korea, just their artist and label services revenues alone generate more money than pretty much most of Southeast Asia. So in closing, when we look at Korea, we are starting to see and have been seeing the emergence of premium DSPs possibly maybe being a preview of what the future of the industry might look like. And that's where I will end it and leave it at here. So for those who may have any questions, I'm here to field them, take them, and answer them.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Bernie, for this very, very interesting talk on the Korean music market. It's you have really impressive figures, and as I said before, please write your questions in the chat, and then we have a list of discussion. You mentioned before, very early in your presentation, that Korea is the 6th largest physical market. And I asked myself why, because later you showed us streaming is on the top, is very important. So please let me know why the physical market is so strong in South Korea, especially if you compare it to Japan, because there is the largest physical market in the world now. What is the explanation for that?
When it comes to the, if anything, the resurgence of the physical market, because like many other major music markets, there was a steady and slow decline of physical sales as digital was growing and booming and exploding. But over the past few years, we've seen a huge comeback, a huge resurgence in the physical music market. And it has to do with the fact that physical music goods, be it CDs, be it vinyl, and even some cases, cassette tapes for those hardcore fanboys and fangirls out there. The reason there was a resurgence, I would say it has to do with 3 reasons. One, it has to do with fans voting. In Korea, there are 3 different music charts, one for downloads, one for streaming, and one for CDs. And it's more attractive for artists to chart well on the CD chart because the margins are very high. So for many fans who feel like they want to help reward and help compensate their favorite artists, buying CDs means more money in the pocket of their favorite artists. Also, when it comes to buying a CD, it's a very quick and easy transaction versus, say, the album equivalent unit that you might have to have in downloads, which is, I believe 10 downloads equals 1 album, or depending on which market, 1,000 to 1,500 streams equals 1 album. That takes a long time, but with a CD, it's instant gratification. It's an instant vote to help your favorite artist chart. And then more importantly is the CD itself is actually not music. It's become merchandise. Back in the day when you bought a CD, you would get it and it would have like a little booklet that you would flip through. Korean CDs are extremely elegant, extremely elaborate, extremely exquisite. They almost look and feel like collector's items. And what's happened is that you end up buying these beautiful graphic photo books that just happen to have a CD in it. And Korean music companies have gotten very creative on driving more CD sales. So if you have a boy band or girl band with say 8, 9, 10, 12 members, guess what you might do? You might put out 8, 9, 10, 12 different album covers, each with a different member. And so if you're a true fan, you will buy every version, every album cover. And then for those of you who like chocolate, the Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory, great movie, but great business model, sticking in the magic ticket. Some of these music companies will put in magic tickets, whether it's a signed CD or a ticket to a concert or an exclusive fan meeting. And so fans feel incentivized to buy more CDs to get a chance of winning those special prizes and special gifts.
So in one word, super fandom.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. There is a question from Ben Morgan from Melbourne. May I ask you, if you ask a question, also to say your affiliation and your name. Ben, please.
Hi, Ben Morgan from RMIT University in Melbourne. I learned so much. I feel like I know just a smidgen about Korea. Now I know a lot more. Fascinating. So the premium DSPs, I didn't understand the extent of what was going on. And I'm wondering about where did they come from? Is it music companies who expanded into tech? Are they from telecoms, ISPs? Like, how did they come about? Because we've had such a cultural industries in opposition to technology thing go on in the US, in the Anglophone world. I'm wondering, yeah, where did these companies come from?
That's an excellent question. I think because I've been used to it for so long and maybe take it for granted, I should have mentioned that a lot of these DSPs originated either as tech companies or telecom companies. The top 3 telecom companies all have their own DSPs. The top search engine, portal, social media, chatting companies all have their own DSPs. And in fact, all the top fintech companies are affiliated or part owners of a DSP. So we are seeing, again, culture and technology is not an oxymoronic term in Korea. We are seeing the emergence and merger of cultural companies, cultural industries with the technology industry to create these sort of behemoth music entities. And we're not just seeing this in Korea. We're seeing the similar business model replicating itself in China as well as in India. Right now in China, both Tencent Music Entertainment as well as NetEase are not just the content platform, they're also the content producer, they're also the content provider. We're also seeing the same thing in India with JioSaavn, which is owned and operated by one of the biggest telcos there, but they too are also the content platform, the content producer, the content provider. Ghana as well. And so for whatever reasons, many reasons, which that's in and of itself a different discussion for another time, the international DSPs and the international music labels just did not react fast enough to these quickly changing tides in the music industry here in Asia. And the longer it took for them to enter into the market, or basically for artists, they couldn't look to or lean on international music labels to take them not just within the region, but outside of the region. They couldn't lean on international music labels to invest in them. And they couldn't lean on international music services to help them in some way, shape, or form. And as a result, the people who stepped up was these premium DSPs who are either technology companies or telecom companies.
Thank you.
Yo-Young Sun, please. Yo-Young.
Hi. Yes, Hyo Jung-sun. I'm a research associate in Ulster University. We almost met when I was in Korea, actually.
Oh.
So my question is, we heard a lot of a very bright side of the K-pop stories, but we also know there's some dark side of the stories, such as like K-pop star suicides continue. But also in terms of the cultural diversity, because what we know about K-pop is like BTS, very hit-driven music. You talked a little bit about indie, but I'm not sure how culturally diverse K-pop is. So yeah, my question is, how do you see the future of K-pop music?
Again, that's a great question. And right now, I think there is sort of this mindset and maybe stereotype that K-pop music equals teen idol dance music. I don't think that's necessarily true. And what I mean by that is, for instance, if we look at BTS or if we look at Blackpink, depending on who's listening, you know, for some people it's an electronic act, for others it's a hip hop act, obviously for everybody else it's a pop act. So when we look at, listen, talk about, experience K-pop, we're talking about multiple genres that have just basically converged. And, you know, I think when we talk about K-pop, the genre, we have to look at and think about the diversity, because if we break down the elements of a lot of the current hit songs, it incorporates elements of electronic, rock, hip hop, and obviously pop as well. And so I'd like to think, and we definitely starting to see signs of not just the K-pop music styles, but the industry becoming more diversified. One of the things is obviously if there's success with one type of style and one type of formula, a lot of people will rush to copy it and follow in those footsteps. But you know, I think one of the reasons why the success of BTS and especially now as well Blackpink is interesting is because the Korean music that's coming out now is no longer made for Korea, exclusively for the local market. It's transitioned over the years where it was made in Korea but exported across the region and beyond the region. Now the K-pop music industry has transitioned to what I call the made by Korea phase, where if you look at the liner notes or the metadata of hit Korean songs, it's not only multilingual, English obviously with Korean, but it's become multinational. Many of the collaborators, both on the creative side, but also on the commercial side, are hailing from all over the world, whether it's a US talent agency helping them book shows, or a US label helping them with their marketing, promotions, and publicity in the US or in Europe. But more importantly, songwriters, producers, composers, arrangers, lyricists are coming from all over the world, be it the Nordics, be it the UK, be it the US, etc. And so K-pop, in many ways, as a cultural product, is really no different than a consumer product, be it a Hyundai car or a Samsung phone or an LG TV. It's become international. And so I think that we will just continue to see more and more of what I call the globalization of K-pop. It's local, but it's gone global, and it's still keeping elements of Korean, but very much striving to have a wider, broader appeal.
Okay.
We are a little bit over time.
Okay.
Over time. But
My-
I think there's room for one question. Martijn Mulder from Rotterdam. Please, Martijn.
Hi, thanks, Peter. Yeah, I'm Martijn Mulder from Rotterdam, the Netherlands, and I'm a music researcher at the Erasmus University. Actually, I had two questions, but I'm only allowed to ask one. So what I was wondering, because the indie market is so huge and so important for Korea, what we see a lot in the music industry is a winner take all principle in the end. So how would you expect how do you see the future of the streaming market in Korea? Do you think in the end it will be a winner take all as well? So will there be one or two platforms that will definitely take over the market, or what do you expect?
Wow, these are all fantastic questions. For your other one, you can reach out to me later offline. We can discuss separately. But I think in Korea, I think, yes, it's hyper competitive. Frankly, 6, 7, 8 DSPs is just way too many. It's way more than what we see in other major music markets. But I don't see a lot of these companies folding anytime soon, purely because they have too much at stake. All of them are publicly traded stocks, and they all have interests, whether it be, as I mentioned before, telecom companies or tech companies, IT companies, who really want and really need a music component to their big picture business model. And so even if for some reason the streaming service may not be profitable, it might be okay for them because it just value adds to their bigger pie, their bigger picture. But the reality is because the Korean music market continues to be one of the fastest growing markets, not only locally, but regionally and globally, I don't see anybody throwing in the towel anytime soon. I do hope, and I do think that consolidation will happen. But the reality is right now, it's too early to tell if there are going to be any winner take all, because some of the biggest players, they've bet on everybody. They've got investments in not just one, but 2, 3, 4 different companies. And so, yeah, we're seeing, like basically speed rounds of chess that is quickly becoming checkers in the music market. And if I knew the answer, I would be predicting the future, but I don't. But we definitely see a lot of this rapid movement in the market.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks for your great contribution. Very interesting. Thank you.
So, thank you. Bernie will be back at 12 a.m. our time for the panel discussion. So I would like to postpone further questions to the panel discussion. And I see Philip Graver is with us. We will check now the video and audio with him. So we will have a short coffee break, but we will start again a 10:15 our time here, Central European Summertime. So see you soon, and I hope we won't have any technical problems anymore. So see you.
Thank you so much. 소니는 새벽이고 이거 그 오스트리아 그 여러 가지 그 대학교 연구소들.
Bernie, your mic is still on. Switch it off.
Okay.
So, hello, we are back again, and Philipp Grever is with us already. Philipp, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Ah, excellent. You are in Berlin now.
Yeah, I'm in Berlin at the moment, exactly, since January actually, because I came from Beijing to Berlin in January just to take a break during Chinese New Year, and then we all know what happened.
Yes, we are in a very strange situation now. That's why we have an online conference this year. But thank you very much for joining us. And yeah, thank you very much for preparing your presentation on the Chinese music market. I give you biographical details on Philipp. He's a German native, as you realized now. He visited Vienna in 2007 for the first time for the MIDI festival, and he worked for the Expo 2010 in Shanghai. And yeah, he stayed then in China. He co-founded his own music and creative agency and label Fake Music Media and Fake Love Music. And in 2018, Philipp founded WISE, the future think tank in Beijing, bringing together leaders of the creative industry, science and technique to discuss how we will and should live in the future. And he has been at the forefront of the Chinese music and event industry for over a decade now. And he's one of the few Westerners with deep experience in the Chinese music industry. And that's why we have invited you to have a talk about the Chinese music market. Yeah, and now please start the presentation. You have 30 minutes and we have then 10 to 15 minutes of discussion.
Thank you very much, and good to see you all. I think, yeah, I know a couple of faces. It's great to see you again, and yeah, I hope you will enjoy the presentation. I hope you see it in the first place at the moment. Yeah, you see it. Perfect. Great. Yeah, thanks for the introduction. I will also say a little bit about my journey in China, which started basically, as you see, at this festival, the MIDI festival in 2007. This is a later photo, not from 2007, but I think 2011 or so. But it is a pretty muddy affair usually, and it's a rock festival. So my first introduction to the Chinese music scene was actually through this festival in Beijing. And at that time in 2007 was pretty much the first festival, more or less the first festival that happened in China. At least the first festival that happened regularly in China. Yeah, so a little bit about my journey from fake to wise, which is, you know, it's a little bit of my story in China, but it's also, it's a bit of a meta story about China as well. You know, I came, as I said, in 2007, then between 2007 and 2009, I brought a couple of German acts to China and toured them around. And you know, 2008 was of course the Olympic Games, and there was like a big, yeah, you know, like a big point in China. You know, a lot of things have changed, or were changing at that time. The music scene was very, very small by then. You know, there was like Mandopop, there was Cantopop, mostly from Taiwan and Hong Kong, but the domestic scene was still very small, especially the underground scene where I was more or less involved in. So in 2009, I founded then a music agency called Fake. That was actually the idea was to call it Fake because, you know, irony, China was very well known for its fake products at that time. That's probably what it was best known for, you know. So we kind of captured that in a little bit of tongue-in-cheek pop cultural way. But then we found out that Fake was actually already taken the name by the famous artist Ai Weiwei. So then we thought like, okay, then let's call it Fake Music Media. And I think we were still, you know, a little bit before the trend with the fake media discussions a decade later. Anyway, since then we brought like So I founded this actually with my partner, Helen Fang, which was like an MTV moderator and musician at that time. She had a band called Pet Conspiracy, and later on Nova Heart. The first picture that you saw was actually her performing at the MIDI festival, full of mud. Yeah, so since then we brought like about 300 artists to China. You know, if you're German speaking, you of course know Die Toten Hosen, but also like, you know, Royksop, Hot Chip, Brandbauer Frick, like a pretty diverse roster of like, you know, kind of indie rock bands and, you know, bigger or smaller, and like electronic acts. You see some of them here, Andy Rowe from the Smiths, Daddy G, Massive Attack and stuff like that. And then we also, you know, we first brought like the acts to China. And then, you know, it was basically like just as a promoter. And then we started to like also sell them to other promoters around the country. And so we kind of became a booking agency. And then we were like, okay, you know, we can do that. Then we started managing Nova Heart, the band of my partner, Helen, and then we started managing other bands. So it just became kind of organically grew from like, you know, just for fun kind of promoter to like, you know, a proper music company. And then in 2018, you know, it's a decade later, basically, I founded Wise because, you know, fake was maybe not the right name anymore for China, you know, and China has moved on from fakes. And Wise, I thought, you know, that's a nice name. I can do that for the rest of my life, and you know, bring people together from not only the music industry but also from tech and the creative industries. I mean, you know, by then China obviously has completely changed from becoming, you know, a tech like, you know, leader basically in the world, you know. So this reflected a little bit the name change, and also like the way of like my vision to continue the business from more like a, you know, micro, you know, being really hands-on in the music industry to a little bit more like a macro level, and bringing people together, and also like thinking about a bit deeper about where we're going. And China obviously has like a big, you know, a role to play in that. So, you know, we do a lot of things with Wise. You know, it's a convention, it's a festival, but also like I do a lot of curation and writing and consulting. So the Wise Festival was something that we started in 2000, or I started in 2018. It started with like with a one-day conference, and then you know, now it's a 3-day festival across you know, various venues in Beijing, and this time also Shanghai and Chengdu and Berlin, because, you know, of COVID-19 we had to improvise a little bit this year. But it was quite interesting as well to do this, you know, and it fits with the idea of a future think tank to also think about what the event of the future could look like. And we kind of pulled out like a decentralized festival, you know, between Germany and China in a way. Yes, okay. So now we come actually to the music market itself. Oh, first of all, a few words about China, right? A little bit still from the macro view. I always say like China is a little bit like artificial intelligence, you know. It's advancing very fast, and it's a little bit like a black box. Nobody really knows what's in it, you know, how it works, and it's pretty intransparent in a way. You know, to give you just like a few ideas about how China has developed, like in the last 10 years or so. I always like to do this, you know, one example with the train system, right? When I came to China in 2007, the first time I took a train from Beijing to Shanghai, it was an overnight train. It's about 1,200 kilometers, and it took me like about, you know, 12 hours. And now it's like 4.5 hours, right, for the same route. The same little bit happened with you know, the music market. You know, basically when I came, there was more or less nothing. I knew like every band in town, you know, by name. You know, they were not earning any money. It was completely pirated at that time. You know, still CDs were there. Then, you know, the digitalization came. It was still like all the content was still pirated. And then all of a sudden it changed, you know. And now, I mean, obviously not everything is legal on the internet, but like a lot, you know. So the Chinese music market has changed so dramatically. It is hard to you know, it's hard to come by. I mean, I still meet people that tell me, I've been in China like 10 years ago or so. And it was like, yeah, it's still completely pirate. There's no market or whatever, you know. It's like, you know, it has completely changed. And of course, it also has to do with the government. There's this Made in China 2025 strategy, which says, you know, it has the aspiration to become, China has the aspiration to become a global manufacturer, cyber and science technology innovation superpower, right? So this is like, this is the goal that China has, the Chinese government has. And it also, you know, wants to bring out its companies, right? It wants to turn its companies into international champions. We already have like this on the manufacturing side, right? Haier, Lenovo, Huawei, DJI, you know, pretty well-known global companies now. But of course, also on the internet side, Tencent, Alibaba, ByteDance, you all should hopefully know by now. If not, you're really far behind and you should do some research. It's a highly digital economy, obviously. You know, digital payments are everywhere. You know, if you go to a really little shop in, you know, in a city they never heard of, with still 1 million people in it, right? So, you know, everybody pays with WeChat or Alipay, you know, so there's hardly any cash around anymore. Of course, this also comes with a high degree of data collection. We all heard about the system, the credit system, the social credit system. So yeah, I mean, obviously all these companies and also the government knows what you're doing exactly, pretty much, if they want to. But that also comes with new business models, and that's also be interesting for the music industry, right? Because it's such a highly digitalized economy. And of course, you know, in China, everything is political, right? I mean, there is censorship, as you can imagine. It's you know, you don't want to upset the Communist Party of China, right? They need to stay in power. So you know, there's always this primate of the party in your neck, you know. So you always have to think about it, and whatever you do. And if you want to do business in China, you cannot do business without thinking about the political aspect of your work, right? And then we come to the numbers, obviously. These are, you know, mind-boggling, but also hard to verify, you know? So you have to be aware of the numbers. You know, these numbers are just like always super huge. But yeah, you have to be a little bit careful. But at the same time, we have to look at them, right? And I really like this chart because this chart is like, it tells you so much about, you know, the future, where we're going to in our world in a way, you know. You can see China and also India, which is still far behind, but nonetheless catching up and, you know, becoming also a powerhouse in its own right. But, you know, the internet users in China, you know, are already, you know, double that of the United States, right? And it's not only, there's only 60% of the people are on the internet, you know, so there's still like so much to grow, space to grow, which is like just incredible. Same with India, right? I mean, if you look at this chart, then I mean, it's hard to imagine a world where this doesn't play a big role, you know, in the next 10, 15, 20 years. And you know, this also has geopolitical you know, consequences. And of course, if we look, if we see this with the numbers that we have for the music market, it's also like rapidly growing. You know, IFPI says it was like the 15th biggest record. No, it was like, you know, now like in 2018 was the 7th biggest one, biggest record market for recorded music, and that, you know, that's a fast growth from, I think it was 25th or so, like in 2016 or 2017. And I mean, it's just very, very clear that it will be at least the second biggest, if not the biggest music market in the world very soon, because that's also where the film market, right? It's the second biggest movie market in the world. And this gives us a pretty good idea where we're heading with the music market. Of course, you know, you have other, you know, some of those numbers I already gave you. You know, why is the Chinese music market important? Of course, because, you know, all the people that live there, it has a growing middle class, you know, 550 million by 2020, says McKinsey. So as I said, it will be the biggest, or at least the second biggest music market in a very short amount of time, I would say. Yeah, then it's also, you know, changing and growing very fast. It's still a young market, right? And I already said, you know, some trends that happened. You know, I mentioned the recorded music market, which went from like, you know, completely pirated basically to, you know, mostly legal, or at least it's on the way to that. And it's completely digital now, right? I mean, before there were still CDs there, but that kind of vanished completely. There's a small niche actually coming up for vinyls. And I think, you know, a small niche in China means also a lot of, still a lot of big numbers, right? So people in China are starting to collect vinyls. I mean, it's hard to come by any numbers, right? But like it's you can see it. You can see vinyl shops popping up. You can see people are interested in it. And there was absolutely no vinyl culture when I arrived, right? Nobody had vinyl. Nobody was interested in that. Of course, live, you know, I already mentioned in 2007, MIDI Festival was pretty much the only festival around. And now, yeah, again, it's hard to get reliable numbers, but in 2018, you know, I saw one number by a local publication, which said about 60 festivals, which I would say, you know, from my experience on the ground, that's pretty much possible. Could be also be more, depends on how you define festival and so on. Of course, venues, you know, when I came, again, there was like only venues in Beijing and Shanghai pretty much. And now they're all around the countries. The same is for clubs, by the way. Not only the big, you know, EDM and commercial clubs, but also underground clubs that have, you know, become a lot more, and the scene has grown. Not exponentially, though, but like step by step. Yeah, and of course, a lot more live shows happen now. There's a huge domestic market, of course, but also international acts, which were like really few when I came in, you know, are just kind of like normal now, right? There's like a lot of international shows, not at the moment, of course, but generally. Yeah, publishing, that's kind of like the next frontier, I would say. It's pretty much still non-existent. Or was non-existent, and now it's kind of slowly emerging. So that will be like an interesting development in the next few years, I think. And also from the genre side, yeah, here I can give maybe a little bit of a history. I already said about Mando and Cantopop that came from Taiwan and Hong Kong because they were more like Western, and they had like more like a music industry, and imported into China. That of course has changed. Neither Taiwan nor Hong Kong plays a significant role anymore, but they have, like, you know, the Chinese mainland have their own mainstream pop market, but then also rock music, which started about, you know, in the, you know, mid 80s, you know, with bands like Zui Jian, the godfather of rock and roll in China, and you know, it's kind of, I would say, the longest running underground music genre, and became, pretty much mainstream by now, because, there were like some TV shows now that put rock really, really high up on the agenda, and that's why a lot of people, a lot of people that grew up with that stuff in an underground way, have become like, big stars now in China, and also for the mainstream. After rock music, the second, major trend which got introduced was like electronic music by the mid-90s. So kind of a decade later than rock music. There were like funny raves at the Great Wall of China, and like on some underground clubs and so on. And also in recent years, the underground became more like also, well, the underground is still like disconnected from the mainstream, I would say, of EDM, like commercial EDM music, which happens in the big clubs, and also like a lot of EDM brands and festivals came into the country with various degrees of success, the big names like Ultra and stuff like that. And then you have hip hop, that became also from the super underground to like a domestic phenomenon, right? It became really huge. I always call it like the Fanta 4 moment, for the people that speak German here. Like in 1994, there was like a big German band called the Fantastic Four, which brought like German hip hop into mainstream, and pretty much the same happened with a TV show in China, and China hip hop became extremely big. So that's a little bit of an overview about the genres and where we are with the Chinese music market, and why is the Chinese music market important? Oops, no, it's not. Okay. Of course, it also has geopolitical implications. It's so funny, right? I mean, I was recently asked, so what's the difference between the German music market and the Chinese music market? I said like, the Chinese music market has geopolitical implications. I mean, TikTok, right? It's like it's a case in point. It's like super interesting. All of a sudden, a product which is, very much associated with the music industry, is all of a sudden in the midst of this spat between China and the US, which is crazy, right? It got nearly banned, like in the US now, and I will go. I will explain the TikTok situation a little bit later. But here we can see that it's actually also not so much about music anymore. It's much more about data, as you can see. What I was writing here: the Communist Party of China collects bulk data overseas and then uses it to help with things that state security, like propaganda, and identifying public sentiment to understand how people feel about the issue. These have implications on the U.S. elections, right? I mean, Trump recently was in a stadium in somewhere in the US, and some TikTok kids, kind of organized that nobody was in the stadium. They signed up through TikTok, but then nobody was there. So this is crazy, right? Then of course, it's about data collection. But it's also about soft power in a way, right? I mean, with TikTok, China for the first time has a Chinese app that captures the hearts of American teenagers and millennials, not only in the US, right, but also in other Western countries. So this is a powerful tool. And if you ask like your teenage son or daughter, if they know if TikTok is Chinese, then it's an interesting question. What do they think about it? Is it good? Is it bad? Whatever. But they want to have TikTok, right? So they really like it. So a lot of people always look at the Chinese music market and think, we have to go there. We have to be part of it, and we have to export our stuff to China. but you know, you don't have to come to China. China comes to you already, right? So this is why it's important. One case in point is also like Tencent, right? We are Tencent Holding and its subsidiaries, including majority-owned Tencent Music, right? It's you know, we always have to see who is owning what, right? There's like the Tencent Holdings, and then there's Tencent Music and Entertainment, and it's you know, it's quite tricky to figure out who you know, how are they interrelated and who owns what, and then there's like a lot of investment firms involved and stuff like that. But you know, through various of these vehicles, they own already, you know, 10% of Universal Music, 1.6% of Warner Music Group, 9.1% of Spotify, you know, 34% of Ghana, India's biggest streaming company, right? Although they just, India famously just banned a couple of Chinese apps as well. Also QQ Music, which is owned by Tencent Music. But then Tencent Music owns like parts of the biggest streaming company in India, right? So I mean, this is interesting. And then, you know, let's not talk about the music industry, because the music industry is small in comparison with the gaming industry. And of course, we all know Fortnite and what implications it had for the music industry. And 40% of Epic Games, you know, that does Fortnite, that makes Fortnite, is owned by Tencent. And then 100% of Riot Games, right? So it's also very, you know, important to keep that in mind. Tencent and also NetEase, which I will describe a little bit later, they are in their core business, they're actually gaming companies. Like they make about 50% or so on their revenue on gaming, you know. So this is, you know, it's important to keep that in mind. Oh yeah, okay, let's go a little bit more, you know, into China and have a look at how the Chinese streaming market works. So there's about 78 stores in China, and about 30 of these give reports, right, to the content owners, which is also interesting, right? So because, as I said before, just a couple of years ago, you know, you would be lucky to get like, you know, an advance, and then you would never get anything back from that, right? You know, would not get a report, you would not get numbers or anything. So you would have no idea where your music was played, or if it was played, or whatever. That is slowly changing. It's still far behind, so it's still not, you know, not great. But you know, just look at Spotify and Apple Music and whatever. It took them also a while to have like, you know, proper reports, and you know, these reports are getting better and better. So that probably the same will happen in China. Although I also we have to take it with a grain of salt. As I said, the numbers, you know, the Chinese companies, well, no company, but especially Chinese companies, don't like to that you see their numbers, right? The real numbers. I mean, they always tell you something, and then you don't know what is real or not. I'll explain a few things about, you know, the most important streaming companies, how they came into being. So you get a little bit of history. It's kind of important to understand that how this all worked. So in 2012, China Music Corporation is founded in the Cayman Islands. That's like, you know, Cayman Islands is usually how it works. This is where most of these offshore companies, Chinese companies, are founded. And then from there, they hold maybe some part of a Chinese company. Again, you know, I'm not a financial expert, and but these company structures are very important also to keep in mind, also for reporting issues, and you know, how solid are they actually. Then CMC buys Kuvo Music, which was a big streaming company at that time in Beijing, and then takes over Kugo Music out of Guangzhou. And then Tencent takes over 61.6% of CMC and injects its services QQ Music, and we sing into the newly founded Tencent Music and Entertainment Group. Yeah, this is where the streaming market in China really changes. All right. And then 2017, there's a landmark deal with Universal giving its catalog to exclusive distribution to Tencent, following former deals with Warner and Sony Music, which I think date back by 2014. I will come to that later as well. Then in October 2018, Tencent takes control of 99.1% of Spotify. 3/4 of that stake owned by Tencent Music and holdings, and remaining quarter by TME. That's where I said, you have to be careful who owns what. The Tencent, the mother company, holding, or Tencent Music and Entertainment. And then there's a kind of, it's a swap, right? So Spotify and Tencent kind of do a swap deal. And why do they do that? It's kind of like, from what I heard, it's like a non-competition kind of agreement in a way, So we can both profit from our IPOs and get a lot of money from that, but we're not going to attack each other on our home turf, basically. But that's I'm not sure if that's on paper anywhere, but that's probably that's what the speculation goes. And then, of course, the road to IPO, right? On December 12, 2018, Tencent Music and Entertainment, so not Tencent, which is already public, but Tencent Music and Entertainment goes public and is valued at 21.3 billion, right? US dollars. That is a pretty big IPO, and that's a music company, right? I think Spotify was around that as well. I think maybe a little bit less even. But so valuation was relatively similar. Then the rival, right? NetEase Cloud Music, which started quite slowly, but now became bigger and bigger. So it's really like a little bit between Tencent and NetEase at the moment. Although the official numbers that you read everywhere is like that Tencent Music and Entertainment with Kugo Music, Hugo, WeSing, QQ Music owns about 75% of the streaming market in China. This is what you usually read everywhere. Again, who knows? I don't know. I mean, I don't know who makes up these numbers. Sometimes I feel like somebody gives out a press release and everybody is just copying the press release. But these are what we can read everywhere. And NetEase Cloud Music is definitely also becoming an important player. It launched in 2013 and 2017. It became a big round of funding from Shanghai Media Group and others in 2019. That is also very interesting that Alibaba then came in, because we will see later Alibaba was also a big player in the streaming market, but then kind of fucked it up a little bit, which we'll see now. Well, actually, here's what I also say, NetEase generated 76% of its revenue from online games. NetEase, the parent company, right? Not NetEase Cloud Music. It's the same as Tencent and Tencent Music Entertainment. Alibaba Music, Alibaba was a big player in the music field. They bought Xiaomi Music, which was a pretty good music service and very much loved by the indie community. But then, Alibaba came in, bought this, then also acquired TT Pod, which I feel is now not really relevant anymore. But TT Pod and Xiaomi Music became a subdivision of Alibaba Music Group, which then Gao Xiaosong and Sun Ke, two very important personalities in the Chinese music scene, they became chairman and CEO respectively. It was actually quite funny. In 2016, they held a big press conference to announce to the world that now we will bring this Alibaba Music and Entertainment thing up, and we have this Alibaba Planet app. And there was a huge press conference where I was one of I think four or five foreigners attending, with people from I think it was CAA and BMG who did like a big deal with them as well. And you know, there was a big show, it was great, and then really nothing happened. Everybody was like getting out of this conference, so what does this app do? I have no idea, but they spent a lot of money on it, which is which happens quite often. You know, it's like a big flashy thing and then nothing really happens. Therefore, yeah, even Sonke and Gao Xiaosong basically said later that you know, they made a mistake with this Alibaba app, and from there, kind of the Alibaba Music division went down quite a bit. So that's also the reason why they invested in NetEase Music right later, which I said. So these are like, you know, that's why I said like Alibaba was a big player in the music space, but it was diminished a little bit. And now they partnered up a little bit with NetEase against their big enemy, Tencent Music, right? Because Alibaba and Tencent, they don't like each other. And Sun Ke became also the chairman of Live Nation China, which is also an interesting fact in 2019. Yeah, of course, there's also Apple Music, which started in 2015, which is, you know, the only international music streaming company that works in China. And, you know, they have decent reporting. They also pay more than the others per stream, but still they're very niche, right? So they are not as important, although they are trying to grow their footprint as well. And I think they will probably do so over time. But it's again, it's hard to compete with the other big ones. But, you know, it's Apple game is always like slow and steady in this space, I feel. Yeah, then, you know, I want to talk a little bit about landmark licensing deals that really changed the streaming landscape in China. So there were like basically two major trends, from exclusive to non-exclusive licensing deals, and from, you know, paying big advances to a hybrid version or revenue-based, revenue shared deals. So I already mentioned some of them, you know, starting with the majors. You know, 2014, Tencent Holdings Limited, at that time there was no Tencent Music Entertainment yet, signs the first ever master distribution partnership between a major music company and a leading ISP in mainland China with Warner Music Group, and Sony follows later as well. So, you know, at that time, it is basically, they buy those rights and they become kind of like also the distributor, you know, they have like a platform. I think QQ Music they already have at that time, but they also like sub-license their catalog to other players. It's like as if Spotify would like license their stuff to Apple or something, you know. It hardly makes any sense, but like they pay big advances to these majors, and the majors are like, oh, thank you guys, we love that. And we don't get any reporting anyway, so better we get like a lot of upfront, so at least we have some money in our pockets. Then the question, of course, is how this money is distributed to the artists, right, and to the labels. Well, not the labels, it's like Universal, but like how this music, this big windfall of you know, of money coming in, how this is distributed to the artists, and I don't know the answer to that one. Yeah, in 2017, the deals are renewed, and Universal comes also on board. So now all the three majors are signed exclusively to Tencent, right? So that also changes the landscape in a way, because, you know, Tencent, let's not forget, they were like Tencent Music Entertainment, they were on the road to IPO, right? So that's the end game, to go to IPO, to get like money out of that. So they signed these exclusive deals. Now, you know, they kind of excluded all the competitors, but also they changed the landscape in a way that, oh, wait a second, we have all these rights now legally, so everybody who is illegal here, you know, we're going to sue them. So, you know, that made the whole ecosystem in a way like becoming legal, right? You know, because before there was no incentive, right, to, you know, if some content owners in the West, tell China to or to tell the platforms in China, hey guys, it's not cool what you're doing, can you please pay us or whatever, and everybody's like, wow, we can of other, other ways than paying you for your content. So that was like a big, also Baidu, which I didn't mention here before, but Baidu was the big enemy of the music industry in China because it was completely, not non-licensed, the content that they had. And then Merlin, actually, so no, in 2020, now the things are changing, right? In 2020, just now, actually, Universal signed a non-exclusive deal, right, with Tencent Music Entertainment and NetEase Cloud Music. So now you have the catalog of Universal in both major streaming companies, right? That is pretty huge. And actually, the first one who did a non-exclusive deal was Merlin, who came into the Asian market first in 2015, but in March 2018 they did a non-exclusive deal with TME, NetEase, and Alibaba. And I guess the majors also might have learned from that, so that you can do non-exclusive deals. So that's where we are now. So it's quite interesting. Okay, I think I have to come to an end. Well, yeah, let's go quickly through TikTok, right? Peter, is it still, how many minutes do I have?
5 minutes.
5 minutes, okay. Yeah, 5 minutes is fine. It's good. Yeah, so TikTok, right? So first off, of course, I hope you already know that TikTok is owned by a company called ByteDance in Beijing, which is currently valued at about 100 billion. It's like one of the biggest startups in the world, and it started in 2012. But of course, it had had other products before TikTok in China. It had like a thing called Toutiao, which is like an AI-based, algorithmic-based news portal. So you basically, it's like TikTok. You only see the news that you really want. The AI figures out what you want to read or what you're interested in, and then you just get those news. And it was like hugely successful. And they have they have other products as well, but into our Western mind, it just entered slowly in 2017 when ByteDance bought Musical.ly at a price that was reported to be between 800 million and 1 billion USD, so not small change. TikTok merged with Musical.ly, and then the spread of TikTok basically starts. I mean, it's crazy, right? I mean, I don't have the numbers, unfortunately, how many active users, monthly active users Musical.ly had at that time, but within just 2 years, right, from 2018 to now, TikTok just became such a huge phenomenon. It grew so dramatically. So this is, quite interesting. It became, as I said, it grew so dramatically that even that at one point, CFIUS, the Federal Committee on Foreign Investment in the United States, investigated it, and that was led by Senator Marco Rubio and Tom Cotton from the Republican side and Chuck Schumer from the Democrats. So it's also not only one party looking into it, but more than one. So, which is interesting. This is where we are now. In 2020, TikTok now reaches 152 million monthly active users. So to give you an idea, I think Instagram is about 1 billion active monthly active users, and I think the Facebook products together maybe are 2.7 billion. So Facebook obviously is still a lot bigger, But you know, TikTok has grown quite dramatically, and 100 million of them are in the US. And you know, because we are here in a also German speaking, it's based in Austria. So I thought like, okay, put the number in of the German monthly active users, which are about 5.5 million in Germany. So it's also not small, but it's not as big, of course, as in the US. 100 million in the US, that's a third of the population, or like a fourth of the population. In Germany, that's only less than a tenth. So, but that also means it's a lot of space to grow, right? In this sense. Yeah, and now we are in this. I mean, I'm not sure if you're following the news about TikTok and Trump and what's the deals is going on, which is quite interesting. So now there's a deal with Walmart and Oracle taking over about 20% apparently of TikTok, with the other 80% still remaining to ByteDance. And the valuation for TikTok alone, not ByteDance, is is aimed at, that's what ByteDance wants, is like 60 billion. So it's not, again, we saw that before with the road to IPO with Tencent Music and Entertainment, and NetEase Cloud Music obviously is trying to reach the same. IPO is the goal, and now the goal for TikTok is the same, right? They want to have like TikTok going IPO, and a lot of people will become quite rich, for that. So yeah, kind of an interesting fact also that if you look at the ownership structure at Tencent Music and Entertainment, and then you see like some key people in Tencent Music and Entertainment, how many shares they have. You can read that in the pre-IPO information that Tencent Music and Entertainment put out. If the numbers are true and the calculations are true, then there's like one guy who has who nobody knows in the West. I've never read his name anywhere. Came out as about, I think, $1 billion. That's quite one of the richest people in the music business overall, and nobody has heard his name. So, things like that. Yeah. Okay. So I come to the summary. It's a short summary. There's a way, in a way, China represents a paradigm shift, or illustrates a paradigm shift. Maybe not. It's not China alone. I think in the West it also happened already. If you look at music, music was a product, right? Music was a product that you would sell on a CD, for example, or on a vinyl, and that was it on a live concert, right? We would sell tickets, and you would still sell music in a way. Now, music is not a product in itself. It's just like a a way to get to the goal. The goal is to get like data, is to get attention, to get numbers. And then the goal with this data, with these numbers, is to go to IPO. And the IPO, or like the investment branch. That's where the big money is, right? Not in selling the product itself. So I think this is what we can also see in China going on quite rapidly. It's I think that's quite interesting to keep in mind. And then, of course, as I said, with China's domestic music market maturing in sophistication and also growing in size, it will likely become global, unless we have like these geopolitical problems that we are seeing now take over. I mean, I cannot see any. Unfortunately, I didn't see Bernie's presentation, but if K-pop can go global, I'm pretty sure that whatever China comes up with with a much bigger market and with much more money, it will go global as well at one point. And we're seeing this already in the financial realm with Tencent and TikTok and all this kind of stuff. So it's just a matter of time. Of course, language and culture and basically the knowledge about the music industry is still an issue. I think I'm never 100% sure how many in China really understand the music industry, but they understand definitely. They got to hang on the finance industry and how to go IPO. They definitely know. So and how to make money. So and of course, that's what I said. Like the ByteDance IPO, or will it be a TikTok IPO, or will it be both? That's something that will also be very interesting to see. And it always. If you see the headlines, about like Trump wanting to ban TikTok and whatever, it always makes sense to look actually behind the scenes and to see who owns actually what, right? I mean, ByteDance has a lot of investors from the US, and China, as far as I can see, is opening up to foreign investments more and more, basically to Wall Street, right? So these are like things that are, a little bit not, necessarily totally linked to the music industry, but also linked to the music industry. And we can see how the music industry here, became, a point of contention in a global game, basically. I think that's pretty much it. Thank you for your attention, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Yeah, thank you very much, Philip. We are in overtime, so I've planned a short coffee break. I would just suggest to postpone the questions to the panel discussion. So you will join us again at 12 o'clock. And then we also know more about the Indian music market. So let's keep it here, and we will start again in more than 5 minutes with Achil Fowler, and he will present data on the Indian music market, and then we can wrap everything up, and we will have I think very interesting panel discussion, and then I hope we can also discuss more about the Chinese music market. So see you in a few minutes, and we will check if everything is okay with Achil. So see you soon.
Okay.
So, welcome back. Yes, after our visit in South Korea and in China, we switch now time zones to India, and I see Archil is already there waiting to present about the Indian music market. Thank you, Archil, for joining us. I give you some biographical notes on Archil Fowler. He's a born Frenchman. He came to India 4 decades ago as a French public servant and stayed there to become a central figure in India's music industry. In 1995, he founded India's first full service music publishing company, which was acquired later by Universal Music Publishing in 2012. And from 2012 to 2016, he was managing director of Universal Music Publishing India. But he left Universal to establish the sound design agency Music Curator with branches in India as well as in Portugal. So I think Archil is the perfect speaker with a great insight of the Indian music market. So Archil, it's up to you to talk. And please share your presentation, if you have any, on the screen sharing function of Zoom.
Thank you very much, Peter. Hello, everybody. It's a pleasure to be with you this morning. It was already a great learning experience with the two colleagues who presented Korea as well as China. When I thought of, talking about India, I was in 2 minds. Finally, I decided that the figures about India, they are really in public domain. You just type music streaming India stats and you have the latest figures on India. Everybody knows it is still a very small music market, about $165 million. What I want to share with you today is really a view from the ground. Why is it that we are, that India is where it is, and where is it going? As you know, India has been, is one of the few countries or cultures rather whose music has traveled abroad. That means has made business abroad, just like Korea is doing today, or Sweden as a songwriting country. The film music of India, Bollywood, has been traveling in many parts of the world and is popular. The stars are known, the film stars. The South Indian music industry, which is different from Bollywood, has some substantial markets in Far East Asia, especially in Japan, where the South Indian film stars are also stars there. So that gives you it means India is starting from a very different background than most other music markets. Why is that so? Because India has been, for many years, there was only one state broadcaster. So the only music you could hear was on radio was through the state broadcaster. And in 1957, the Minister of Broadcasting at that time decided that film music is not good music and the state broadcaster should not broadcast it. And so people, to discover new music, they had no option but to go to the movies. And people would go and see a movie 10 times, 15 times, 20 times, not because of the movie, but just to listen to the music. And so the music industry has become the film industry has become the music industry. It is the film producer who would select the composer, who would select the lyricist, who would work with them. And then when the film was ready, he would sell the music rights to the record label, who were just pure distributors. They were, the record labels at that time were the equivalent of Spotify today. They were pure distributors. They wouldn't even know the composers whose music they distribute. So that was, that went on until the arrival of satellite television in the early 90s, and where you had MTV, and then suddenly there was another distribution channel available, and you had what was called at that time the first indie revolution in the Indian music industry, where you had artists who became stars on their own without going to the film industry. But the money was always in the film industry, and there was no comparison with the indie industry. So all the indie artists, their ultimate aim was to become singers, background singers in the film industry. And so as a result, the people did not have the connect with the artists which you have in other markets, because the songs were sung not by the singers, but on screen they were mimicked by the film actors and actresses. And so music has always been considered as a sideshow, and the film industry was the real entertainment industry. That's where all the money was. And then with the advent of streaming, suddenly things changed, because the artist could record on their own, could start release music on their own. And you had then again from 2012 onwards, you had a resurgence of independent artists. And another feature that is unique to India is that we have seen within 5 years, the CD disappeared completely. Today, you are unable to find the CD in the market. It doesn't exist. There is only one CD manufacturing company left. So everything has gone digital. With the advent of a new player in 2017 called Jio, who entered the market. At that time, there were 10 different telcos. But when Jio entered, they really slashed the prices. Lifetime free voice. Data was reduced to $1.4 for 60 gigabytes per month, and free telephones. And so the market suddenly exploded for streaming. But the result today is that from 10 telcos, we are now down to 3, with one major, Jio, and 2 others, big ones, Vodafone and Airtel, who are struggling financially. And for the streaming services, everyone now consumes music on their mobile. The difference, or rather the result of this, is that with such cheap subscriptions and no limit to consumption, the streaming services, the subscription streaming services are really struggling. And today it is estimated that there are hardly a little bit over 1 million paying subscribers to streaming services. So it is all free consumptions. And when you see the people who consume, you have, the maids, you have the drivers. Whenever they have a moment, they are all on their mobile, consuming music, consuming video, but not really paying for it because it is all bundled in their telecom subscriptions. So today, as a company, when you want to make money, we have this situation where of the streaming services, the major streaming services are in India: Spotify, Apple, Amazon, YouTube, of course. And we, as I'm an advisor to the Performing Rights Society, we have signed with all the foreign streaming services, but no Indian streaming service has as yet taken a license from the Performing Rights Society. So those who are only publishers today really don't get paid, which means that the authors, the composers don't get paid. So the only ones who strike deals are really the owners of sound recordings, because a streaming service cannot operate without the sound recording. So the whole name of the game, if you like, is advances or MGs, minimum guarantees. So it is a situation that is, I would say, lacks a strategy for the future. There is a huge demand, but there is no really mechanism really for payment as such, which explains the low income of the music industry in India. As I said, about $160 million. The income of the Performing Rights Society is, we started 3 years ago, the income was about between $4 and $5 million. We have been able in the last 3 years to expand it, and now we are closer to $30 million. But it is still very far from China. It's very far from South Africa, or not to speak even of Brazil, if you want to compare with comparable countries. So monetization in India is really a huge problem. And all the investment today is still born in music, is still born by the film industry. So for them, music is just another revenue source. So they do not, there are no artist managers. It is still a kind of Wild West, that if a songwriter has a problem with a particular producer, he will never get a job again from that producer. And if it is a big producer, it means that his future in the film industry is really endangered. So we see an entry in the last few years of the corporates in the music industry, principally the telcos, but unlike Korea, the telcos do not invest in production. They don't invest in artist management. They are not really funding the music industry whose content they are using. And that is a huge handicap today for the Indian music industry, for its future, because the funding is still through film producers, and there are no other investors in the music industry. So it's a scenario that is, I would say, we are today really at the crossroads. We know that it cannot really continue, but we don't see as yet a definite direction in which this industry will be going. Is there something, can we go really to the questions, Peter, now? Because this is really the general overview of the industry, and I'm sure there may be more specific aspects that people might be interested in.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we can ask if there are any questions yet. Otherwise, I think you have also more detailed information about the Indian music market, especially what's going on currently with all this. You also have a TikTok ban there and the things going around. But I look at the chart function. I do not see a question there. Maybe you can tell us more about the relationship between the big neighbor China, in economic terms especially, and India, especially focusing on this TikTok ban, because there's also a discussion about TikTok in India.
Yes, of course, it's a huge issue. But I would say all this is just it's temporary. This happened because India perceived that there had been an invasion on the border in the Himalayas, and that India somehow has felt betrayed, and in order to retaliate, they have banned all the about 115 Chinese apps. But as has been said before, the Chinese have invested in India. I mean, Tencent is a big investor in Ghana, which is the largest streaming service. So we have to separate the political, which is a transitory phase, from the business, where the Chinese manufacturers of mobiles, Xiaomi, Oppo, have a huge market share. And in other fields too, there is a very substantial Chinese investment. So the ban on TikTok, I would say, it's just it's not going to, it's affecting, because TikTok was big in India, so obviously it affects those who were making money on TikTok. But this has been, TikTok has already, it's being replaced by Indian-made apps like Reposo and others. There's a whole bunch of apps that have come up, and all of them have between 20 and 50 million users. I don't see China really playing a role except as investors right now in the Indian music industry. Just like in some other countries too, like in South Korea, the majors have been unable to make an inroad because they are not playing the game. That is, they are not investors in films. And Universal, for example, has made a very conscious decision that we will not invest in film music. So once you don't invest in film music, that means you are abandoning 70% of the market. And the remaining 30% is very fragmented because unlike other countries, India is a multi-language territory. There are 22 official languages. There are at least 7 important film production industries. Bollywood is the one that produces in Hindi, but in the south you have Madras, Chennai, which is producing in South Indian languages. And these films are shown in Malaysia, Indonesia, Japan, and they have their own music, they have their own artists. 2 years ago, I did a study with an American startup, and we monitored the usage of music in India for 9 months. And to our surprise, we found that at a given time, the top 20 in North India had 12 Hindi songs and 8 foreign songs. The top 20 in South India had 1 Hindi singer, 1 Hindi song, 13 South Indian songs, and 6 foreign songs. So international music is used across the country when local language music is not. I mean, Hindi film music is not big in South India. K-pop is very big in the northeast of India. And I would say K-pop is more popular in the northeast of India than Hindi film music. So it's a very fragmented market. And you have local you have local music industries according to language, whether it is in North India, Haryanvi, Punjabi language is a very, it's a major, one of the major music industries in the country. But the music they produce is not heard in many other parts of the country. So it is a very complex market. It is not a unified market. And for this, I would say for the majors, they were afraid because the cost of a film music, that is, you will get an album of 6 or 7 songs. It can be $10 million upfront that you have to pay. Sorry. So they all got cold feet. Sony tried for several years to be involved in the film music, and at one point they were the number 2. But they too have now withdrawn because they lost a lot of money. So the biggest labels today in India are Indian labels. It is T-Series, which is one of the biggest labels in the world, privately owned. You have some other labels who are, some of them privately owned, some publicly traded, but they are all involved in films. And we can see from T-Series, who was a pure music company, they have now entered film production, and they are producing 20 films a year because they realized they could not survive in the new dispensation without becoming producers themselves and owning video content. So the music companies who are surviving today are those who have entered film production, and those who did not want to enter, as we have seen recently, there was a deal, Venus, which was one of the top 5, has been bought by Believe. So those who don't go into films, they have great difficulties to survive. Another aspect is that there are not many venues in the country to perform because of the very high rent in the major cities. A flat in an upmarket in Bombay is as expensive as in Paris or in New York. So there being a lack of venues, there is not, you don't have the possibility for young artists to come up and to make a mark for themselves and to go up the regular steps. So in short, the film industry is the make or break of music today.
So yeah, thank you for this interesting overview of the Indian music market. You mentioned before that the live music business is not fully developed. Yeah? So who are the players there? Is it Live Nation, or who organizes the tours and the concerts there?
There is no foreign touring agency established in India. It's all local agencies who are taking charge of international artists, of course, when they come into the country. There has been attempts of having some festivals, some which became, especially EDM festivals, which became very popular. But as often in India, each of these festivals has run into some controversy or the other. There's local politics and had to close down. And so today, we have hardly any big festival, even EDM festival. We used to have David Guetta coming and, Axwell and Armin van Buuren. And, but all these has reduced in the last 3 years, I would say, because of political problems, local politics, not central politics, because India is a federal state.
Mm-hmm. So again, are there any questions to Archil about the Indian music market? So if you have any questions, please write your name in the chat. If I see it on the screen, we can also zoom you in. So I do not.
No.
Who wants to ask? Michael Huber, please.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Achil, for this overview. I have a question about Western classical music, like Mozart, Beethoven, and so on. In other Eastern markets like Korea, China, Japan, this is a very important part of the musical life. How about in India? Is this known in India? Is this popular in India? Does anyone hear Western classical music there?
Well, you have a couple of venues, especially Bombay, Delhi, and where you have musical associations, Western classical music associations, but you cannot. This is really hyper niche. India has not really opened to Western classical music. There is only a community called the Zoroastrians, the Parsis, who traditionally have been great lovers of Western classical music. And the association that exists in India, whether it is in Bombay or in Delhi, they are mostly run by the Zoroastrians who have given, who have produced some great players, some great artists. So there are music schools, you can learn, of course, classical music, but it is really, I would say it concerns a few thousand people.
Okay, thank you.
There is another question by Chris, please.
Yes, I would like to know about live music, like small concerts. I live in Spain, in here, and musicians always do concerts in restaurants, and that way they can live off the music. They also play in the street. Or I want to ask you about that movement in India, how it works. The context of independent small musicians. I mean, not but very big famous, the normal ones.
Yeah. No, there are small venues in all across the country in the cities where artists can perform. What is lacking is the next level between between the big venue and the small venue. This is where the gap is. And we do not have, even in Bombay, it's very difficult to organize, to find a place where you can have a decent place for 3,000 people. You can get for 20,000 or you can get for 200. But in between, this is where the infrastructure is lacking. Mm-hmm. So the foreign artists who come, you have a lot of jazz and, through cultural exchanges. But I wouldn't, it's not a money making. If you're in this business, you have difficulties paying your rent.
Thank you.
So, any further questions? Look here.
I do.
Claudia, please.
Yeah. Thank you very much for your presentation. Now, I'm interested in the world music market, and I was thinking if this high diversity of Indian music and these many small markets could be gathered for an export strategy, and in this way, it could be more useful to the musicians in the country. I mean, this export strategy, a common effort, or just to bring it back to the country?
Yes. One thing is very clear is that you have, so much talent in the country because of the classical tradition. You have people who, she has gone through 10, 15 years of training, vocal training. So the people who come, the artists, they're really talented. The problem is the way the market is structured. It is so focused on film music that there is very little space. And now the streaming services who come, whether it is Spotify, Apple unfortunately is not doing much. Amazon also is not doing much for artists, but Spotify is very active. They are trying. Then you have some aggregators like TuneCore, CD Baby, who also have started signing artists, promoting artists. So I would say it is foreigners who come and do it. It's not on the local scene. On the local scene, you have a few groups, a few individuals, but it's nothing really organized either for the local market or even the export market. It is a market, if to sum it up, it's a market that is there for the taking, provided, but you need to put in resources and have a strategy. Because you will have no competitor, right? You compete only with the film industry.
Mm-hmm. So thank you very much. Further questions? We have some minutes left if you want to ask a question. We had a conversation in Norway, Archil, and I remember you told me about the problem of corruption in India. So especially in the music industry, and also others told me it's not easy to enter the market because of the corruption. So maybe you give us some ideas about that.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it corruption. It is I would say, a feudal mentality. When you compare it with Korea, you see where there is it's non-exclusive. Everyone is working with everyone. Here we had in India, for the artists, the authors, the composers, it has been always a work for hire. But this work for hire was unlike in, again, I would refer to Korea, where you may have a company that takes all your rights, but that company is really working for you, is trying to bring you up. Here, the company is only, taking away your work and goodbye. So there is no follow-up, because it is not for the company, it is for the film producer, who afterwards sells for you. And that's one point. Then what we were discussing in Norway was the struggle, the revolt of these writers and artists, and say that, we want to retain our rights. We want to be treated like artists abroad. And so the government, not the government, Parliament stepped in and said, all right. And I was party to these backroom discussions when the new law was drafted. Basically, the government said, look, we cannot change the way the business works, but we have the power to have statutory rules. So they passed a law that said, in essence, I don't care whatever you sign, but 50% of all revenues has to come to you. That is unassignable and unwaivable. Now, having such a strong, powerful law passed unanimously by both houses of parliament in 2012, a law that was bitterly opposed by the film and the music industries, by the way, including the majors. That law, when you see today what is the result, just yesterday I got an agreement of a well-known big artist. Essentially, the agreement says that you give me all your rights, and you have no right to register this song with a copyright society in your name. You see, so this is really the issue, and what I'm called the feudal mentality, that it is the landlords and you have the laborers. And in such a situation, it is very difficult to create a vibrant music industry with a copyright flow when you have one party that tries to have everything and not share with the creators. And it is that is why I say it is a market really for the taking, for somebody who comes in with resources and say, this is the way I'm going to work. And those who want to come, they will. All the top artists would move to such a company, but such a company is not yet visible on the horizon.
There's a question by Philip Grever. Philip, please.
Hello. Yes. So I was wondering. I heard about the hip hop kind of emergence in India. I think it was a film, Gully Boy or something like that.
Gully Boy, yeah.
Yeah. So how did that affect the music market, if at all?
Well, it had a very profound effect because hip hop was there. You could hear it in the small bars, in the everybody, could feel that something was going on. And then you had this film. Again, you need a film, which really broke it and was a huge success. And since then, you have a lot of rappers, but. Bollywood itself has now included some rap items in its. They have changed, to adapt to this new taste. But you have maybe 2 or 3 rappers who, because they signed with big labels and they got advances, and now they have their own management and they are somehow becoming independent. And are really, I would say, earning money. All the others are not earning money. They are just surviving. Yeah.
So yeah, thank you again. I see Weining Hong is already with us. May I ask you, Weining, to join the discussion because we do not have a break now. Hello, can you hear me?
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, hello. Hi, everyone.
So,
Hi. Yeah. It might be a little bit noisy because I'm in a cafe right now. So, yeah. Is this okay for you guys? The sound?
Yeah, we have some entertainment now in the background. I hope the connection is good enough.
Connection is good. Yeah, it's just the background noise near the meeting I just finished. So I just jumping to Starbucks right now. So you will hear lots of background noises. Sorry about that.
So yeah, okay, welcome. I give some background information of Weining. She will be one of the panel discussants. Weining is the co-founder of the Luzfest, a 3-day showcase festival and conference in Tainan in Taiwan. She's also an international manager for emerging artists like Adoy and Bum Vipurit. I hope I pronounce it correctly. She has a good knowledge not only of the Taiwanese music market, but also of other markets in Asia, and she's also in Europe, not now, but in the former years. And so she splits her time working on both continents. And so I would like to start with you. We have heard about 3 different Asian music markets, and it was very interesting that they are very different. In India, the music industry is more or less a film industry. And in South Korea, K-pop is the king, more or less, and China is again very different. So may I ask you to tell us more about the Taiwanese situation and how Taiwan is connected to other Asian markets?
In 1999, Taiwanese produced most Mandarin music. The Chinese music was made in Taiwan at that time, but nowadays, of course, everything's different. But I think the major change in Taiwan is that nowadays we have more indie musicians and gradually just merged together. So now it's pretty much emerged. And yeah, we are kind of small country. We have 24 million people, and we speak Mandarin. So we have no doubt like very frequent communication with China. And China typically is kind of like first market the Taiwanese musicians. And many foreign artists also go to China through the companies in Taiwan. Also, we had like really close relationships, also history reason. And so many Taiwanese artists see Japan as the second market outside Taiwan and China. And reason was relationship with Southeast Asia, because first is that there are a lot of Mandarin spoken populations. So like Singapore, like Malaysia, so many are for their further development. And the other thing is because it's a new government policy, so many heavy funding kind of support this kind of development. So, for example, like in Luckfest, we have lots of activities also focus on connecting with Southeast Asia, like Thailand, like Indonesia. So I think the one big important thing is that because it's a democratic country, so we got lots of artists just create freely, and it's very artist-centered market in Taiwan. We don't have a lot of major big labels in Taiwan, so somehow the situation is more like Western countries, like Iceland, like Netherlands, that's kind of thing. So I feel most of Taiwanese artists have more strong feel of their ownership of their music, and many of them also choose just to have their own brand or have their own company to manage their own music, manage their own career.
Thank you very much. There are sometimes there are interruptions, so the connection is not perfect, but I hope it will stay this way. So I would like to ask Philipp Grever. You told us about the emergence of Tencent and Tencent Music. What do you think? What is the strategy behind? Because I read an article that the big Chinese companies should be monopolies in their field. Is it also true with Tencent, especially Tencent Music, that they should be the monopolist for, let's say, music entertainment, and Alibaba NetEase won't be important anymore in the future? So what do you think about that?
No, actually not. I think that's not the policy of China. I think actually the policy, industrial policy of China seems to me, I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, I haven't researched it. I didn't look into it, but it seems to be, if you look at the ground, that there's always like at least a duopoly, or at least two players, mostly like kind of 3 or 4. And I mean, the music industry is, if you look at Tencent and Alibaba and NetEase, and before also Baidu, we have that same situation. Only that I think Tencent was a bit smarter in the beginning, and now like Alibaba, as I pointed out in my presentation, kind of had a really good head start, but then somehow lost the plot, and then NetEase is slow and steady creeping in there now, and getting now the non-exclusive deals that like Universal, for example, started now, you know. So I think, and it's not in the interest of neither the music industry nor of the Chinese government, I think, to have a monopoly.
Okay, thank you. Weining, what is the role of the mainland China companies and so in Taiwan? Do they play any role there?
Well, it's a very sensitive question, especially we are using Zoom. But I'm just going to say it straight. Yeah, I think Chinese market is like the major market, music market for Taiwanese artists still till today, and of course, lots of Taiwanese companies. They have representatives in Taiwan. And we have many artists also choose to have a label in China to represent music. It's all quite makes sense business-wise, but yeah, and of course, there's a lot of artists who cannot go to China because of political reasons. There are lots of them, and for younger generation of Taiwanese artists, many also choose not to go to China. So yeah, it's very diverse. Of course, for mainstream artists, they all have really communications and connections with China. But I think indie world is more diverse, and company operations, due to political reasons, they can't really operate in Taiwan. In a way, that's like a legal entities.
And what is the impact of K-pop in Taiwan? I think there are strong relations also to Korea.
Yeah, huge. But I think K-pop is huge everywhere. Yeah, even in Europe, I saw a concert of Blackpink in Barcelona, and I was so shocked that they got so many fans and crazy fans in Spain. It's a whole stadium and full of the people shouting and all have the same merch, a hammer, and the whole black pink light that's on their hands. So it's yeah, eye-opening. I mean, before that, I never went to any K-pop concert, but then I really realized, wow, it's huge, not just in Asia, because it's huge in Southeast Asia and also in Taiwan, but I saw it's also huge in Europe.
Bunny, so what is the strategy? Is there a similar strategy of the different companies, or do they have a different approach?
Well, I think for me today, I was just focusing on the music streaming market because I know that a lot of people overseas are actually curious as to how the market works here domestically. But your question's more export focused, and you know, that's another topic. But to keep it really short and simple, Korean music companies, you know, whether they represent idols, indies, icons, pretty much through a lot of trial and error, some hits and misses, but have really kind of finessed a formula, which is really globalization, where what should work local should work global. And so it involves little things that are really not sexy, like metadata. Korean music is easier to discover purely because almost all song titles are provided both in late Korean and in English, usually side by side. Also, the fact that the K-pop songs themselves often mix Korean, English, or they have members who speak Japanese or Chinese or Thai. And then also just the fact that the nature of the bands, there's Korean K-pop acts are really not K-pop anymore. They're not even Korean anymore. They've become Asian pop bands because a lot of the members happen to be, you know, lived and studied overseas. Also, there are members who happen to be of Chinese descent, of Southeast Asian descent. And so it's become more multilingual, multicultural, multinational. And that helps a lot when they're exporting the acts, because a different member will be responsible for interviews. The English-speaking one will take care of North America and Europe markets. Obviously, the Chinese-speaking member takes care of the Greater China region, and then, and et cetera. And so it's really, I think, different companies learn from the successes and the mistakes from others. And so it's just been a constant evolution process that is sort of behind this kind of K-pop boom.
Thank you. Who wants to add to this statement?
I actually have a question, Bernie, because I haven't followed up. What is
it's been a while since we've had beer and soju, so go ahead, Philip. Hit me.
What's the current situation with China and Korea? Is K-pop allowed in again, or?
Oh, I'm gonna have to play a Winnie card, and I have to say that's going to be a tough one. I wish this was a closed conversation that might not get posted online. That's a very delicate and very sensitive issue. What is publicly known is years ago, when the Korean government, without consulting with neighbors, had installed a thing called a THAAD, some sort of anti-missile system, which in turn resulted in Korean music unofficially, but really officially, being banned from China, mostly in the live space, but it curtailed quite a bit in just even the market. I mean, we've heard of rumblings that the market will open because ties between Korea and China have thawed and have improved and gotten better. But we've been in a holding pattern really for years, waiting for the market to open. But, obviously with COVID, whatever kind of wishful thinking just got tossed out the window to next year. But Korea is still very much in a holding pattern on this one. But it really shows the power of K-pop. Pop culture is the third largest exports coming out of Korea. And so if and when a political issue arises and you want to use sort of economic ways and means to get your message across, instead of targeting cars or targeting electronics, targeting pop culture is unfortunately very effective because it is one of the biggest. It's a top 3 export sector for Korea.
Interesting. A follow-up question on that one. Do you think BTS or K-pop would be as big in the US or in the world if not for the kind of K-pop ban in China?
Oh yeah, that's actually been a widely thrown out theory that because Korea was essentially banned from China, that the industry, companies and artists had to basically pivot, look for new markets. Obviously, Southeast Asia has always been a focus of attention, but it really doubled down people's energies and efforts and motivation to really go hard and go big into the #1 market in the world, which is the US. So in some ways, the ban on China may have been a blessing in disguise because it just forced the Korean music industry to double down and go big and go to the US.
Thank you. There is a question by Dieter von Ammon. Please let us know who should answer the question about cultural diversity and minorities. You have to switch on your mic.
I think Philip could I would expect that Philip could give an answer, but also Archil and maybe even Bernie. For me, the question is, we had discussed it yesterday too. We have this global process, and what about the cultural diversity and about the minorities? How is China handling this? Because music is very much settled, I think, in this cultural specialities of the people.
Yeah, it's a very interesting question. And well, you have to see that China, for its bigness, basically 1.4 billion people, it's relatively homogeneous, right? I mean, most of them are Han Chinese, Most of them speak Mandarin. There's like a 60 million people speaking Cantonese population in the south of China. And of course, you also have minorities, and I think it's 52 or 54 maybe minorities, official minorities, and you can always see them on any kind of Chinese gala show. There's these interesting minorities, dancing in their very traditional traditional clothes, and showing their traditional government approved form and music and stuff like that, right? So the Chinese government recognizes officially these minorities now and shows them like publicly, here like we have these minorities and look at them basically. Of course, on the ground, what's going on with the minorities. I mean, I'm not an expert in this, and I'm not sure how well they are treated. I mean, of course, we know about Xinjiang, right? But definitely these minorities have their interesting cultures and sometimes very musical cultures as well. I mean, down in Yunnan, for example, you can find a lot of interesting music. There's a lot of different ways of folk music, even like Mandarin folk music. That is quite interesting. It has a wide audience, but not not outside of China usually. And of course, Xinjiang, for example, incredibly musical talent over there. I mean, they are Turkish descent basically, right? I mean, they have like a really interesting music scene there, and a lot of singing, dancing, whatever going on there. It's quite interesting, yeah.
So maybe, well, as you said, you don't have to go to China. China will come to you. So will we have also a cultural shift, like we had the English-speaking culture came to us after the war, I would say, or even before the war, but because the economy was very strong. So it is some kind, you think they will also export their culture to the other countries, because every other country is kind of a minority towards China if you just count the people.
So, Philip?
Yeah, this was a question. Did you understand?
Yeah, your video is frozen, but we can hear you. So.
Oh, okay.
Now it's better.
Well, my question was that we, as small countries, we are some kind of a minority too, and like the United States and the English-speaking countries, the rock music, for example, it was mainly all the music was English, and we were dominated by the American culture, music culture. So now it seems we have some kind of an economical shift from the United States towards China, maybe. So there might be also a cultural shift from China to the other countries. So I think it doesn't have to frighten somebody, but it still is something worth to know how this country is managing their culture in comparison with the culture of other countries.
Is this for me or for who?
Yeah, it was mainly China.
Oh, good. Yeah, so it's very interesting, right? It's a very interesting question. Of course, well, where do I start? I mean, Chinese, the difference between the US and China, right? I mean, they both think that they're exceptional countries, right? The US thinks they're exceptional because they have universal values and they can export it to the world, and everybody should have a great, should prosper with their universal values and their amazingness, basically, right? And China also thinks it is exceptional because they think like, nobody can understand China than Chinese, right? I mean, they're not a very open society. they don't, I mean, you know, you can live in China, it's no problem, right? I mean, they're very welcoming. And you know, it's maybe more easy to integrate as a Westerner, for example, than in Japan. From, you know, I don't have so much Japan experience, but that's what I heard. But still, you know, you will never be Chinese, obviously, right? So they think like, you know, we're exceptional because, you know, nobody understands us other than you know, ourselves, and nobody can also, like, you know, starting with the language, right? I mean, it's a very difficult language. English is a very easy language. But at the same time, I think now it's the first time, you know, the last time China went outside of China, really, you know, the emperor said, oh, forget about that, you know, we're going to burn all the ships and we stay in China, right? So this is the first time since a long time that China is venturing out in the world, right? So this is interesting, and so far it worked quite well. You know, they have like new markets, they're opening up in Africa, they have like, you know, international companies, so, you know, Huawei and like TikTok and stuff like that. But now we're coming to this point where, you know, especially the West, but also I think, you know, Asian neighbors, they think like, wait a second, you know, this is not how we want to be dealt with, and there's like a big pushback, right? And it will be really interesting to see how this will turn out in the next years, you know. And China is also changing a little bit the strategy. I think they've been very aggressive. You know, before it was like peaceful rise, you know, and everything peace and happiness, and then all of a sudden it became like, you know, really pushing, right? And now there's a pushback. You know, but as I said, it's a huge country. It's 1.4 billion people. It's, you know, it's a lot of people, and they're very unified, you know. So we'll see how this turns out. I think also, I mean, for us, what we have to see is like in the West, you know, I'm speaking about the West. The West is not unified itself, you know. If you look at Germany, for example, which is like in between like the US and China at the moment in a way, but the values that you know, Western countries generalize have, like, you know, democracy, open society and stuff like that, you know, kind of no censorship and stuff like that. That is not the values that the Chinese Communist Party has, right? So there's a clash, right? There's a clash. And before you could say like, okay, you know, China is in China, that, you know, what happens in China stays in China, and, you know, how they deal with things is their problem. But now, you know, and that's why I talked about TikTok, for example, about Tencent and about data collection, and there's like a censorship issues, you know. I mean, TikTok, there's a big issue now about TikTok censoring content, not in China, you know, that is fine, right? But like in the West, you know, and that is, yeah, you know, we'll see how that plays out. I think everybody should be aware of that, and have their own opinion about that. You know, of course you can say, you know, we are super surveilled anyway. You know, we all know about Facebook data collection, and you know, we know about Snowden, who's still in exile in Russia, right, for what he did. But yeah, I mean, China is obviously doing exactly the same.
Thank you. We have further questions. I do not want to have a monologue.
It was just a question to Archil. It's the same question gives to Archil.
Yeah, was the same question to Archil. And I would also like to ask the question by Hyo Jung, because she asks how the different countries cope with intellectual property law. Maybe Archil can answer both questions. So the first about the minorities, it was also in your talk, and how is the intellectual property law developed in India?
Yeah, to answer the first question, in India, music and culture is not at all linked to politics. There is no link whatsoever. And the minorities have, the government is supporting, is supporting minorities. There are associations. The fact is that India itself is such a fragmented, multicultural market on its own. So it's I don't see, we don't have such problem in India. Regarding the export, Indian music has been traveling since the 60s because of the films. And the first time I saw an Indian film, it was in 1969 in Tripoli in Libya. And when the song came on, I mean, nobody understood what was going on. Nobody understood the language, but the hall was full. And when the song came on, people started dancing, they mounted on the chairs. And so the music itself has something that is universal. It travels very well. It's not the result of a marketing plan. As I said, the unfortunate thing is that there is no real marketing plan. Things just happen on their own. As far as IP is concerned, we have in India, we followed the Indian Copyright Act, followed the British 1956 Copyright Act, and we are following common law. And we have had, I would say, some very unfortunate decisions, including by the Supreme Court. For example, in 1977, which held that when a song is recorded, the author-composers have no rights anymore. It gets subsumed in the sound recording right. But every time, whether it was in 1994 or in 2012, government and parliament stepped in to bring back, to clarify the law and bring it at level to its commitments, to its international commitments in WTO, in Berne Convention, etc. So there has been a political will throughout, whichever government was in place, to follow the international and implement the international copyright system. The problem, as I said earlier, resides with the practices. The companies just don't want. And again, I mentioned the contract that I got yesterday. Now, this contract emanated from a record company that the contract says that I am getting you, lyricist composers, give me all the rights, and you have no rights whatsoever, and you don't register the song with the Copyright Society, with IPRS. Now, this contract emanated from a board member of IPRS. Mm. So you see, there is a kind of a willingness to circumvent the law, to go what I call really a feudal mentality, which is very prevalent still in the Indian music industry. Mm-hmm. And which, in my opinion, is what prevents it really from attaining its potential, because it has a huge potential.
I think so. Weining, the situation in Taiwan is like in the Western countries with copyright law, or it is similar to India and mainland China?
I will say more like Western countries, because this has been developed in, I think, in like 40 years. So now we have pretty strong sense about copyright, and most of the artists join the royalty collecting societies. So yeah, I think it's pretty much a common sense for artists and labels about the intellectual properties. Yeah, but if we talk about like Southeast Asia, it's another story. That's yeah, like in Philippines, in Indonesia, that is still like pretty new topic to explore. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And Bernie, I think in South Korea, the situation is very stable in that respect, isn't it?
Yeah, when I first came out to Korea in the early to mid 90s, I mean, when it came to intellectual property, I mean, it was the wild, wild west. I mean, if anything, you were looked at strangely for buying something rather than copying it or downloading it. And but what happened was, obviously, as the Korean economy developed rapidly, the government was entering more and more free trade agreements, whether it be with the European Union and with the US. And in each of those instances, in each of those cases, one of the preconditions of these FTAs to be signed was, whether it be Europe or whether it be the US, is they were very aggressive and very vocal about Korea protecting intellectual property better. And so as a result of these free trade agreements, the intellectual property protection, I would say, is on par with what people are used to in Western Europe or in the United States. And I've noticed, as K-pop has just become a huge industry, the Korean Ministry of Culture and the Fair Trade Commission have been really proactive in helping the industry protect intellectual property, because Korea has moved on from the imitation phase where we had to deal with songs or films or TV shows being plagiarized, to an innovation phase where now Korean shows and films and scripts and music is actually being plagiarized elsewhere. And so there's a high premium on intellectual property protection, and the processes to the penalties are very much on par with what people are used to in the West. And the results show that, for instance, piracy is very low, partially because of these rules and regulations, and also because of the fact that corporations have improved their services, where people just feel like, well, I'll pay for the convenience of having better service, a better product, a better experience. And so piracy is something we don't really talk about as much, because I think for the most part, people are just willing to pay for convenience. And that's sort of how and why the music industry has continued to grow and keeps growing.
Philip, in mainland China, there was a shift. Yeah, so before piracy was, so in the physical period was 99%. You mentioned in your presentation, but now there is a shift of the attitude towards piracy.
Yeah, totally. I mean, that's as I said, it came mostly because of the Tencent deal. Or starting. Let's say like that, like when big Chinese companies started to buy copyrights, right? Then they were like, hey, wait a second, if you own if you steal my copyright, I'm gonna like do something against it, right? Before they were just stealing from foreigners basically. So the Western companies were like, yeah, you cannot do that, and the Chinese were like, yeah, well, I don't care, So that could have completely shifted. Because of that. And I think, I'm not sure how it is in India, but maybe that will shift then too. Once like all the local players like really try to have exclusive, and I think that was also the thing, they wanted to have it exclusively, right? Those copyrights. And maybe then they'll sue the others. I think that's a big shift. On the publishing side though, I mean, we are still in the wild, wild west, I mean, I think very few people understand even the concept of publishing. So I think, but they heard about it now, now they heard about, oh, what is this publishing copyrights? There was like this phase in China, which is still going on, I would say, like it was all about, oh, I need IP, international, intellectual property. I need IP. I don't know 100% what it is, but I need it because I can make money out of it, So we're a little bit still in that phase. And now it's with publishing. It's like, I don't know 100% what it is, but I should probably have it because I can make money out of it. I think that's...
Yes, I would say in India, we are at the stage where to be a pirate is, one must be really stupid, because you have everything free, you have Spotify free, you have Ghana free, you can access whatever you want, and you can choose and listen in good quality, whatever you want. But we are at a phase where the prices are so low, are kept low to get people addicted. and the current rates are not sustainable. So just like we have seen in India in telecom, where 4 years ago, the new entrant broke all the prices and everybody was bleeding by billions of dollars. Out of 10, 7 companies wound down. Now there are only 3 telcos left. But in the last few months, we have seen that the prices are now rising because they have to make profits. So for music streaming, we are a little bit at that stage where it's not really remunerative for right owners, but it gets people hooked. And I'm sure that down the road in 2 years or 3 years, the prices will start to rise again.
Thank you. There is a question by Robert Brey. Robert, I think you want to address your question to Bernie.
Yes, I do. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. So in the West, with like the emergence of like Spotify and SoundCloud a few years ago, there was a lot of like excitement or talk about how this would allow artists who are outside of the major labels or even record labels themselves, like truly independent artists, it would allow them the opportunity to compete at the same level. And some people were even, talking about that this would mean the demise of record labels. But Bernie, in your talk, like really interesting talk earlier, you talked about this like close coordination in South Korea between music agencies and the DSPs, the platforms like Melon and so forth. Does that mean, or it would seem to me that would mean that the music agencies are even more important than they ever were before in South Korea? Because if you aren't signed to these music agency or you haven't been produced by these music agencies, it would be really difficult, it would seem to me, to get on these or to get your music heard on the Korean streaming platforms. And what does that mean for, first of all, like, am I correct? And what does that mean for the artists who are outside of these like JYP, Big Hit, SM, and these music agencies, right?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So essentially, right now in Korea, again, this emphasis on the premium DSPs, diverse services providers. These DSPs are investing in 2 types of music companies. One that you alluded to are music agencies, the big ones. And, just to rattle off just how deep these relationships are. For instance, SM Entertainment, which is the #1 music company, entertainment management company in Korea, and the #3, YG Entertainment, both got roughly $80 million investments from Naver, which is not only a big tech company here, but they also own and operate the #4 DSP here in Korea called Flow. But then SM Entertainment, they are the second biggest shareholder in the #3 DSP in Korea called, Flow. Naver owns their own thing called Vibe. I'm sorry, I got confused. And, the shareholder structure for Flow is SM Entertainment is the #2 shareholder. The #1 shareholder is SK Telecom. YG Entertainment, who I just mentioned, got money to own and operate, Naver's. They not only got investment from Naver, but they also operate Naver's music service. And so basically, a lot of these companies are all intertwined through strategic partnerships, investments, joint ventures. And then one thing I really should mention as well, and Philip kind of touched on it, but Tencent gets a lot of press and a lot of credit for investments, obviously in the US, in India, but what doesn't get talked about a lot is their investments in Korea. They have a financial stake, investments, shares, you name it, in many of the top Korean music companies. And if you're talking about the biggest music companies in the world, obviously people are going to talk about Apple and Spotify, Universal, Warner, but the company that everyone should be talking about is Tencent Music, because they have shares in most of the top DSPs and or music companies in the Asia region. And so, you know, and for the type of indie artists, I think, Robert, you're alluding to, the second type of company that these DSPs invest in is basically distributors. They have their own distribution system. So although they're not investing into the indie artists, you know, they might throw like a minimum, like a small advance to get the album or video made, and then those advances get recouped. And so indie artists often feel the need, not necessarily because they want to, but because they have to, take money and or give their distribution rights to these local DSPs, because it's the only way they feel they're going to get promoted on that very influential local DSP. There are companies like mine and others that focus on Korean music acts, not so much for local, but for overseas markets, because some artists just frankly do better overseas than they do locally. And, you know, one of the problems about the Korean charts is it is just, you know, it's overloaded with boy bands and girl bands, because it turns out the rankings and chart rankings is so important that you have fan clubs essentially just gaming the charts in real time. And so for a lot of artists and companies who don't want to deal with it, you know, they would rather focus their energies on overseas markets rather than necessarily in Korea. But at the end of the day, the DSPs have basically replaced the role of record labels. And international music labels, if they really expect and really want to have a presence, impact, and influence in the hottest, fastest growing region in the world, they need to really rethink their business model. Because while they were asleep at the wheel all these years trying to bring Western artists into the East, the Eastern DSPs, the platforms, no longer became their partners. They became their competitors. And it's going to be interesting to see how this will play out over the next few years.
Thank you very much. I have a question to Wai Ning, because you are also a promoter in Taiwan and beyond. How the live music industry is linked to, for example, the recording industry, because I think this is also very different to the Western concept, because we have three silos. We have the live music silo, we have the recorded silo, and we have the publishing silo. But I think in Asia it is very different. Is it also different in Taiwan?
Yeah, I think it's very different models. If you are talking about this type of like, it's pretty much specialized in one field. So the label will do the things for publishing, for recording, and live will do the festival, the shows, and but in Asia, I mean in Taiwan, it's typically very 360, or you can call like all in one. Everybody basically is doing everything. So for example, the label will also do lots of shows, and they probably also manage artists. And everybody in the music industry wears lots of hats. But I think it's also very common in China, and also very common in Southeast Asia, like in Indonesia and like Philippines. That's I know many promoters are also labels, and so the thing is that it's more emerging markets in Southeast Asia. So their labels or the promoters actually control lots of resource, and if they want to push certain artists, they can use their own platform to push this kind of talents. In Taiwan, I think it's basically because we are smaller markets, so people just try to do different type of work, and yeah, so I think it's very, very different compared with the US or European market. Like in Asia, typically there are not so many booking agents. If you want to find like many European artists or their managers will ask me that, oh, how can I find Asian booking agents? The truth is there are not so many, and they are probably specialized in China or in Japan, the big market. but for rest of the Asia, it's more unlikely to find one booking agents for all these areas. So, like as a manager, I actually book all the shows for Asia by myself, and we have we have European agents and US agents, but not in Asia.
Philip, you are also a promoter in some respect in mainland China. So how is the connection between the recorded business and the streaming economy and the live market in mainland China?
That's a good question. Actually, I would say, the live music business was obviously there before really the streaming business, right? So they kind of connected in a way. You have like the big, streaming companies, which are essentially like, they're tech companies, they're gaming companies in a way, right? So they didn't have, very much experience with, offline events really. So there is not yet like a big venture into the live music market from those people. At the same time, you have like all these promoters that started as a promoter, but like for example, me, started as a promoter. Then okay, we kind of book some acts as well to other promoters, right? Then we like because we had all the relationship at that time with the press. Then we were like, okay, we also manage Chinese artists. Then we like, okay, we can also do the PR for them. So we kind of built this up kind of organically. So like you have like on the one side coming the live from this side, and then you have like the streaming platforms coming from this side. So there's no company yet which encompasses them all together, but there's a lot of companies that do more than one thing, right? Plus, like what we would consider a complete, even us, right? We are the manager and the label sometimes, which in the West would be like, makes no sense, right?
I like to add something. I think in China, I can still think some examples of like doing everything. For example, like Modern Sky, that they operate many festivals as well, but their core business is label. But I think nowadays maybe their live business is even bigger than their recording business.
Absolutely.
And I think you just had one in China. There's just one festival taking place last weekend with like 23,000 people attending. Ride Festival. That is also like it's a DSP and it's also a label, right?
It's not it's not a DSP. It's a label. It's a label. It's a label. Taihe Music, which is a label.
Yes.
They also do ticketing.
Yeah.
But they're not. They're not a DSP. They're not like DSP in terms of like they also kind of.
Yeah, they're not like Wang Yiyun, but yeah, they are also trying to cover lots of business in China. That's what I see for Chinese business model. They try to develop more horizontal and also they vertical. And if they can't do it themselves, they buy, and then it's become bigger and wider. So pretty massive approach, pretty aggressive approach sometimes.
Yeah, totally. What Bernie also alluded to is like we saw that with Tencent having and also NetEase having partnerships to do their own labels. I'm still not 100% sure how successful they were. I mean, like Liquid on the Tencent side, which is like EDM based, and NetEase Fever, also kind of electronic based. I wouldn't say they've been massively successful, but I think also that it's still like a learning experience. So what is not like super successful now doesn't mean, as I said, like China is developing really, really fast. Doesn't mean that it isn't successful in 5, years, I think Universal also just like announced another joint venture with Tencent for another label, and they want to bring like Artists International. I think the problem still is that the expertise is not there yet, but it will be there, you know, it will be there. And then, as what I said before, you know, you don't have to wait until you go to China. China will come to you, and that will be interesting.
Bernie,
I'm
I
sorry.
think in Korea there is still an integrated model, yeah. So with the live business integrated in the business model.
That's correct. Unlike, say, the other markets that we're lucky enough to hear information about. For instance, companies like Live Nation is well established and very successful here in Korea. But again, because these Korean music companies, and I have to use the word company deliberately because the Western vocabulary that we use for the music industry doesn't apply and doesn't work in Asia. As you know, Winning and Philip have mentioned, the management is sometimes the agent, and the agent is the management that's also the label and then also the promoter. And so really the only safe word is it's a hybrid music company. Because again, as Winning said, these hybrid music companies in Korea and that we're seeing all over Asia, they're really a hybrid wearing many hats of the management, the agent, and the record label. And in Korea, the reason this came about was essentially management companies were forced to become the record label and the agent because international companies didn't step in and step up to provide those services. And so companies in Korea and Asia, and we're seeing this again replicated all over the region, the people that most likely stepped up were telecom companies and tech companies who paid the bills and became deeper integrated into these hybrid music company business models. And again, we know what the numbers are. Recorded music sales is not the business anymore. It's the business card that leads to the bigger payoff, the bigger revenue generating businesses. Live music is about a third of the total revenues from top Korean acts. And then, 25%, 1/4 is recorded music. And then 20% or 1/5 is either merchandising and licensing or talent management, getting your artists to be, cast in TV, film, commercials. And so I just think that, Western companies, whether they be DSPs or whether they be major labels, really have to rethink how they're going to not just thrive, but even survive in this very fast evolving Asian music markets.
Thank you. We have a couple of minutes left, and I would like to ask the last question, but to all of you. I would like to start with Archil. We did not talk about the COVID-19 crisis. That's the reason why you are not in Vienna now. So what do you think for the future development of the Indian market? What's the impact of COVID-19? Is it just a short-term impact, or do you think there will be a long-term impact too?
Well, the Performing Rights Society, we have seen, we expect to have minus 80% in our income this year. What is going to save us is the new licenses that we are doing with new players, like we did with Facebook. And tomorrow we are going to announce, and this is a scoop for you, tomorrow we are going to announce the first license with an Indian DSP. So the music industry is, I would say, decimated really by this by COVID. But everything in India runs on audiovisual, on movies, on series now, what is called OTTs, platforms. We have about 20 local OTT platforms, and they all need music. So I know from that people are continuing, they are producing because these platforms need content, and so people are working almost as usual, except taking precautions. But the live industry certainly is totally dead right now. It was not doing well, as I said earlier, because of some local politics, and but now I don't see it recovering in the next before at least 2 years.
Okay, thank you. Philip, it seems that China has the COVID crisis under control officially, but I do not know what's exactly going on there. Maybe you cannot assess it from Germany now. But what will be the impact of the COVID-19 crisis on the Chinese music industry? What do you
Well,
think?
you know, we had like our WISE festival, which I organized from Germany 3 weeks ago. And, you know, we at one point we decided after the second wave hit Beijing, we put most of it online. But then after a while, we were like, okay, wait a second. But in Shanghai, people can already go into clubs. Okay, they can dance there, like really like, you know, real DJs with real people. Huh, interesting. And in Chengdu, the same. Okay, so we organized actually like, you know, club events in Shanghai and Chengdu. And in Beijing, it was too late because they opened up too late, but it's back to normal there as well. So we organized like with the Reeperbahn Festival, like real life events, you know, in Berlin and in Beijing and Shanghai, so that people could like mingle and have matchmakings. So it's pretty much back to normal. Now the October holidays are coming up, and there's about 20, 30 music festivals happening, you know, with a lot of people. So it's kind of crazy. And I think what will come out of it is that the domestic music industry will be getting stronger because, you know, they don't need they will like realize maybe we don't actually need foreigners for our music industry. I hope they don't. I hope after a while they still think, oh yeah, you know, let them come in again. But I don't know, you know, especially in the music, in the electronic music field, it was quite interesting because, you know, there most of the DJs that came in and played like headline slots and so were foreigners. Maybe in the rock scene not so much, but in the electronic music scene definitely. And now we'll see how this, you know, how it will turn out when things are going back to, you know, open again. So it's interesting times. China is definitely ahead, you know.
What about South Korea?
The COVID crisis, in some ways, accelerated things that the industry was already working on, particularly live streaming. Over the past few years, and especially last year, a lot of top Korean music acts have been experimenting with platforms. For instance, you know, I'll give a shout out to a platform developed by Naver called V Live. And so a lot of music artists were experimenting with live streaming for fan meetings. And then it escalated and it was growing to take on bigger and bigger scale events. And then basically certain music companies, one of them obviously being BTS and Big Hit Entertainment, they were already planning to do live streaming concerts and were already beta testing large audiences starting last year. And so what the COVID crisis did was merely accelerate what they were already working on. And obviously, not just BTS, but SM Entertainment and others, JYP Entertainment, who all experimented with live concerts. What they realized, and again, it's because they've been experimenting actively and aggressively with technologies such as AR, augmented reality, and VR, virtual reality, that when it came time to do concerts, live concerts, they realized that fans wanted something more and something different. And so a lot of these live stream concerts coming out of Korea don't look and feel like it was done out of a bedroom acoustically. They look like live music videos in real time that are being shot and streamed. And so the experience is so different than what fans are used to in a regular concert and a live concert. This idea of paying for basically a virtual concert, it's such a unique experience. They're willing to buy tickets and pay for it. And so for a lot of these top Korean music acts who are scheduled to go on world tours, some of them might actually make more money doing shows of this nature than actually hitting the road. And so, you know, the industry, and more importantly, the government is taking note on, you know, best practices, lessons learned. And the government is now trying to find ways to help the indie music scene, the smaller, medium-sized music companies, to possibly maybe benefit from these lessons learned. But we have to wait and see. Obviously, like any other sort of entertainment sector that's streaming, music streaming has, not seen a dip. If anything, it's been steady or even rising. So, we're just riding out the year basically on streaming revenues. And for a lot of artists, they have to look for alternative revenue streams, whether it's getting their music synced to TV shows, films, or more and more these days, video games. That's become a new attractive revenue stream. When it comes to marketing, just shooting traditional music videos is no longer possible. And so, relying heavily on platforms like TikTok has become essentially the new normal. And so, if anything, the COVID crisis has really forced the industry to rethink and reboot. And I think once traditional live comes back, we'll see people really wanting to go out, party, drink, get sweaty. But at the same time, I think a lot of the new stuff that's coming out right now is going to be around for a while. And if anything, it will enhance the music industry moving forward.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Wai Ning, as a promoter, I think COVID-19 is a big catastrophe. But what is the impact from your perspective?
Well, actually, I'm not sure if you know that, but we are quite lucky in Taiwan. We never really have lockdown because till now we only got about 500 cases out of 24 million people. And with 7 deaths, so we only got short 3 months, like kind of serious regulation that you can't have huge events. But now that after June, everything's back to normal, and my festival is going to be held on November as a normal capacity. And we already did 5 shows on August, between 500 people to 1,000 people. It's not a big show, but it's full capacity of the venue. So of course we got hit quite bad between March to May. But since June, that's the live sector is back and actually stronger. That's from the market reaction. So I think that's probably everybody will experience when this is over. That you will find the audience is all miss live and they just want to go out party and go out enjoy live music. So I think since July we got dozens, 20, 30 festivals already, and from what I know, they all have better performances than previous years. So not too bad for Taiwan. But of course, for a showcase festival like myself, like Luckfest, we got huge impact because we can't have international guests coming in. We can, but it's with lots of paperwork and with quarantine regulations. And so we might still got a few delegates who want to come to join us. That's taking an extended holidays in Taiwan. But it's a very small group. And also for the artists who actually has potential in a global market, in overseas markets, is a huge problem that they can only do the domestic market. And also because we don't have a real huge impact from COVID. So the problem for us is that we don't have so much development on technology side, like what Bernie mentioned. Because I also saw lots of great online gig from Korean artists from K-pop, and it was amazing. But because we still can have very physical life every day, so even Zoom meeting is not very common for most of Taiwanese people because they just go to work every day. They don't work from home. Life goes on. It's just you can't go abroad, so all the tourist spot is packed with people. So
Yeah, so
I guess
crossing fingers that the situation in Taiwan will be stable. So we have other experiences here in Europe now, and yes, we hope there won't be a lockdown in the autumn time. So
well,
I would.
a reason for us.
Okay, there was an interruption. So I would like to thank all the 3 presenters and the 4 discussants. It was a very, very inspiring morning session from our perspective. It was very interesting, and we recorded all the sessions, and so you have the opportunity to revisit the talks and the panel discussion. And I see that Daniel Nordgaard is now with us. So before we end the morning session, I would like to pitch our book project, and maybe Daniel, you won't tell us about this book volume with a focus also on the COVID-19 crisis. Hi, Daniel.
Hello, Peter. My apologies for coming in this late. It's been a little hectic here. Yes, we do have a book project and a call for chapters and a call for papers. This is part of the Springer book series that we have on music business research. So it's going to be a new volume here. The focus will be on redesigning or rethinking the music industry. And originally, when we first thought of this idea, this is a project which is being edited by myself, Guy Moreau, and Peter Schmuck. And when we first started talking about this, we were talking about how the music industry had changed dramatically. And that was the focus point and the framework for the concept and the idea. However, things changed dramatically after COVID-19. And so we've had to open up a little bit more, also bringing in a COVID-19 perspective. Now, so COVID-19 and how to rethink the music industry in a post-COVID-19 era is part of the call. However, we also look for more general concepts and ideas of rethinking the music industry. And we're aiming to have contributions on a fairly broad scale of topics, and also in a fairly broad scale of different approaches.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Although it is an academic publication at the end, I want also to invite business professionals with their deep insight also to contribute. So this is a good opportunity, especially to our presenters, maybe to contribute to a book volume with an academic touch. So you will find the call for papers on my blog yet. It is also on the webpage of the International Association of Music Business Research, and we will circulate the call for papers in different platforms. So you are all invited to contribute, and if you have questions, please send me or Daniel or Guy Morrow, he's also with us, an email. And I think the deadline for abstracts is the 1st of December. So you are all welcomed to contribute. Daniel?
No, there should be plenty of time to come up with a good abstract. And of course, I think, as you were saying, Peter, the best is to have both the professional and the academic joining in and contributing. So that would be much appreciated.
Mm-hmm. So I think we got a really good insight to rethink the music business as we know from a Western perspective. I think especially what's going on in South Korea is very, very interesting, and would be great to have a contribution about the Korean music market, or about K-pop and so on, but also from China, India, and Southeast Asia, but also from other parts of the world, Latin America, and so on and so on. So thank you again for all your contributions, and we will have a lunch break now until 1 p.m. Austrian time, and we will then look into the Eastern European markets, Romania, Poland, and the Ukraine. I hope we will meet again also in the afternoon, and I wish you in Korea and Taiwan a good evening, and in Australia a good night. And I think in the afternoon the Americans will join us. So this is very special for an online conference. So I hope I see you all again, and thank you very much. Bye. So, hello, welcome back from the lunch break. I hope you had a good lunch and you have enough power for the afternoon sessions now. We come now to the Eastern European music markets, and we have three presentations, shorter presentations now by Karina Sava from Bucharest, and then Ania Kasparek from Poland, and Darcia Darkowska from Kiev. Let's check if they are here. I see Karina is here. Nice to meet you, Karina. Darcia is also with us.
Hello.
And hello, nice to meet you. I hope Anya will be with us soon. I had a conversation on email with her, so I'm optimistic she will join us soon. So yeah, thank you for participating in the 11th Vienna Music Business Research Day. In the morning we had talks about South Korea, India and China. But I think also the Eastern European markets are very interesting, especially if you count them together. Yeah, I think it's really a large and growing market, and that's why we have chosen it also for the conference. Okay, before Karina will start, I give a short introduction. She's an artist manager at Agencia Devise in Bucharest. It is a artist development agency that manages all aspects of artists' careers, including writing, recording, touring, endorsement, theater, television, publicity, and so on. There's everything in it. She's also a founding member of the Romanian Artist Worldwide Association and a conference program manager of Mastering the Music Business, the leading Romanian music conference and showcase event that takes place every year in March in Bucharest. So welcome, Karina. And yeah, we are very curious about the Romanian music market, and if you have a presentation, please share it with the sharing function.
Share my screen. Hopefully I will be able to do this.
Yes. Screen sharing? Yes.
Can you see?
It seems it.
So I will leave it like this.
Okay, here it is.
Let's see how it goes. Okay, so hello everybody. Thank you for having me. It's very strange to have a presentation like this without an audience in front of me, but we will see how it goes. So I'm going to just share with you some information about the Romanian market, the Romanian music market. And for start our neighbors, because you can look at the Eastern European market as a whole, rather than just looking at each piece. So we have Ukraine, we have Hungary, Serbia, and Bulgaria, and we also have an opening to the Black Sea. Also, we want to mention that we have large communities of Hungarians, especially in the north and central Romania, and a lot of Serbians, especially in the western borders. Population 19.4 million people. It used to be around 22 million people. It's decreasing every year. Unfortunately, there are a lot of Romanians leaving the country and just moving into Western countries. So when it comes to the live industry, unfortunately, both sides and recording industry, we don't have official sales figures. We don't have numbers for music industry in Romania. This is one of our main issues right now. We felt this as a problem, even a bigger problem right now with the pandemic, because we weren't able to go to the authorities and present how much revenue we're having with our music industry. So this is the main issue. When it comes to live industry, we have these 5 main festivals gathering more than 20 million euro in revenue. And we're talking about only the 5 festivals, but we have many more smaller festivals, and there are so many concerts. We have a lot of events every year, more than 100 festivals happening everywhere, with from 3,000 to 90,000 people in attendance. So here are the main cities in Romania. So when it comes to touring Romania, these would be the main cities where you would like to get. Of course, Bucharest, the capital city, where we have several venues for concerts, both big concerts for superstar artists and maybe emerging bands as well. Amazing hub for live music. It was very interesting to see many big events happening in Bucharest. Now everything seems to shifting towards Cluj-Napoca. Timișoara, Iași, Sibiu, Brașov, Oradea, Constanța. So these are the larger cities, but also with a better infrastructure.
Karina,
yes?
sometimes we have a very bad connection. Maybe it's better you switch off the video, then it will be better. I hope so.
Yeah, we'll try now. Is it better? Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's better now.
Okay. Can you still see the
yes.
My screen?
Yes.
Okay. So what I wanted to say is that we, unfortunately, when it comes to touring, we have not a great infrastructure, meaning that sometimes it might take longer to get from Bucharest to Cluj-Napoca on a road than maybe from Budapest to Timișoara. So if you want to make take this into consideration. Many festivals in Romania, so those festivals and the festival, they are both happening near and near Cluj-Napoca. Liberty Festival happens in Constanța by the sea. It's the same promoter as Antol's Festival, and they just announced a new festival happening. So basically, they're covering the whole country now. With some Armenia and some very genre-specific festivals.
Karina, it's again worse. I don't know exactly what's the problem. So we have in the last minute it was not good, the connection. I'm not sure what's the problem. Maybe it's the internet, but maybe it's also.
It looks like I have good internet here. I don't know what to say. You still cannot hear me.
We can hear you, but it's cut in pieces. Your talk is. It is clear, but then it is cut in pieces, and it changes. So maybe you can, maybe you have a microphone or something like that with you.
No, I will try to maybe switch. I will try to use my phone maybe?
No, I think it's not.
Unfortunately.
It's not better than. Huh? Okay, so my sound engineer says okay, use the phone then.
So I will.
So there is a suggestion the speaker should use the Zoom not in the browser, but download the client first, and then restart. Okay, so if you use your smartphone, it might be better.
Yeah, I will try just a minute.
Okay,
so maybe it's better to have Darcia taking over?
Yes, maybe. So if you need more time, maybe it's a problem with the browser, and it's better to have a downloaded version of Zoom.
Yes, but it's going to take a while. So I kept using Zoom. It was okay. I don't know what's happening now.
Yeah,
it's the first time I'm encountering with issues.
Yeah. Now it's clear, but after a while it is worse. So maybe you try to check the technical issue, and maybe
What about now?
Please.
What about now? Can you hear me better or?
Yeah, now it's better. Maybe we continue, but if it doesn't work, we will ask Darcia to step in. So
yeah, okay.
Okay.
So I will try. I won't share my screen. Maybe it helps. Yeah.
Please.
Without the screen sharing, is it okay for you?
You can. I think you can use the screen sharing. It's not the problem.
I can use it. Okay. 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 So, we were with the recording industry where the same as for the live industry, we don't have numbers, unfortunately. Here are the Romanian labels, the main Romanian labels. There are several labels, but the 4 with logos here are the most important. So we have only one major label in Romania, which is Universal Music Romania. But market share only in Romania, Global Records is now the main label. They just became licensing of Warner Music in Romania. But they have all the major artists, all the major pop artists are signed with Global Records right now. So the rest of the labels have production of smaller rosters or artists, smaller catalogs, and some of the labels have 1 or 2 artists.
Okay, now there is still the problem. I'm sorry for that. Maybe you try to download the application, the Zoom application, and may I ask Darcia to start her presentation?
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, we'll come back later to Romania. So we are in the Ukraine now. Also give some background information on Darcia. So Darcia Darkovska is the founder of the music consulting agency Soundbus and the co-founder of the Music Expert Ukraine. Soundbus is the first music consulting agency focused on the development of independent the music scene in the so-called CIS countries. These are the former Soviet republics, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Belarus, Georgia, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Moldova, Russia, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, and of course Ukraine and Uzbekistan. So I think you have a very good insight into this region. So I personally do not know anything about it, so I'm very curious about your input now. I hope we have a better connection to Kiev. And if you have a presentation, please share it with us.
Absolutely, we'll surely do. Thank you for the introduction. Well, I believe that for today's conversation, we will focus mainly on the Ukrainian side.
Yes.
But either way, it will be my pleasure to share with you some highlights on our market. Let me know if you can see my screen.
Yes.
Okay, so the presentation I've prepared, it's connected mainly to the recorded music market, with like more focus on streaming and some aspects on the music consumption in Ukraine in general. Ironically, this topic is quite relevant for us because, as Karina said, I really feel her because in Ukraine we didn't have any statistics, any data and analytics until recently. And this year, actually, my agency Soundbuzz, with the support of the Ukrainian Cultural Foundation, did a research on the Ukrainian music industry and its current state. So the results of this research will be available mid-October. At your disposal on our official resources. But in the meantime, I'm here for you to share some insights on the recorded part of it. So if we're talking about the recorded music industry, it probably makes sense to get things started with key music companies. We have quite a few in Ukraine, and probably it makes sense to notice the most old ones existing on the market. These are Comp Music, Moon Records, Lavina Music. They started back in 90s, early 20s, and they're taking care of music releases and publishing. Moving up next, we also have some mainstream ish labels and publishers like Best Music and UMPG, or in Ukrainian we say UMIG. And also another format of music companies that I wanted to highlight is something that we call producers companies, or in Ukrainian we say producerski center. These are somehow, well, these kind of companies work like artist management companies, but on top of that, they're also taking care of music releases, managing artists' rights, and so on. So they're like 360 in a way. Their rosters are way smaller, but like the quality of their services and the level of the artists is like simply mainstream, top, and quite popular. And probably the great examples of those would be Mama Music and Mazgi Entertainment. Lastly, I wanted to highlight that we also have music labels that are created by particular artists. Initially, this approach is used to manage the artist rights more carefully, but sometimes these labels also take care of emerging artists. So going from mainstream to rather underground part of it, it's worth being mentioned that we have over 60 DIY labels in Ukraine. At least we kept in touch with them during our music industry research. And based on our findings, like, what is the definition of a small DIY label? Well, for Ukraine, it's a matter of the amount of people who are working at this label. That's from 1 to 3 people in staff. That's a matter of genre specialization. The majority of them is working with electronic music, experimental music, but then we also have some metal, rap, hip hop labels. And lastly, they're quite limited in terms of the amount of services they're provided. So it's mainly all about the digital releases and some promotion support. Well, I probably should also mention that we have DIY scene on top of that, because some artists still consider that it's better not to deal with labels, but to work on their own. And so they do, which is totally fine in my opinion. So that's the way it goes. Okay, so moving up next, we have three main music distributors presented on the market. That would be the Orchard, Believe Music, and One RPM. Each of them have a local representative that is like supporting Ukrainian artists, helping them to figure out some distribution and promotion aspects. But as you can probably see, I also mentioned here and others. And the reason is simple. We still have plenty of international distributors and aggregators. And I know that some Ukrainian artists still prefer working with TuneCore, CD Baby, and so on. So basically, there are no limitations here. Speaking of music streaming services that are popular in Ukraine, well, the approach is pretty much straightforward. We have Apple Music, YouTube Music, that used to be Google Play Music, and Deezer. The interesting fact is that some of these streaming services, as they came to the market, they also adjusted their pricing policies. So now the payment subscription is much more affordable. It's not $9.99 or whatever. It's around 5 or 6 euros per month. So this is good for music lovers because they have like more affordable opportunities to enjoy music. But on the opposite part of it, Ukrainian artists also get less amount out of streaming in Ukraine, since it is highly connected to the location and the amount of streams that they get. Probably you noticed that one huge stakeholder is missing here, and I'm talking about Spotify. The reason is simple. We didn't have Spotify until this year. Like the website didn't work for us. We had to use VPN if we wanted to. But actually this August, Spotify finally was launched in Ukraine. And that was a huge event for everybody because, you know, even despite we didn't have Spotify, the brand is so strong that everybody knew about it and everybody was absolutely fascinated that finally we got a chance to enjoy the features of the Spotify. So at this point, it's hard to tell the exact impact of Spotify on the market. We will have to wait for some time until we'll have a proper statistics about it. But what's happening right now is an obvious boost in terms of monthly listeners of the Ukrainian artists. And let me give you some examples here. For example, this is Monatic, probably one of the most popular pop artists. And you see the amount of monthly listeners on Spotify before Spotify was launched in Ukraine and a month later. So it's like 3 times more or something like that. Probably the same would go to the Hard Keys. These are like rather rock band in Ukraine, really popular. So again, the numbers are changing tremendously. Another wonderful example would be Alona. She was actually nominated on Music Moves Europe Talent Awards the other week. So her numbers are also growing really, really fast. I don't think that this tendency will be kept for a while. But for now, definitely the majority of the Ukrainian artists can enjoy the boost in the numbers and new fancy statistics when it comes to Spotify. However, there's a huge drawback, and not everything is as sunny as I would like to tell you when it comes to music consumption in Ukraine. Because still, as of 2020, Ukraine remains on 301 list that records piracy, according to International Intellectual Property Alliance. And that basically means that music piracy is still quite a thing in Ukraine. We still have this shift and approach that music and digital content in general is something that can be used for free, and there's nothing bad about music piracy. And I can tell you that even based on my friends and colleagues, because we were raised in a period when internet boosted, and we really were hooked up on this idea that there's nothing bad about listening to music for free. But it is my pleasure to see that lately things have been changed. And let me share with you a quick example here. There was some time when there was a social media, a social network called vk.com or Vkontakte. Officially, it is a Russian social network, but it was really popular in Ukraine in early 20s. And one of the reasons was because basically on vk.com, there was a huge audio library created by the users. And it was huge. It was absolutely illegal. It was created by peers, like peer-to-peer concept. And that was basically the most popular way for the majority of the Ukrainians to listen to some music online. But back in 2017, this social network was prohibited in Ukraine. And in my opinion, in terms of music consumption, it was an amazing, a very good decision, because since then, Ukrainians didn't have vk.com at their disposal to listen to some music. And that's how they started thinking, like, wow, what am I supposed to do now? How am I supposed to listen to some music on the internet? And that's how they started noticing streaming services and the ability to listen to some music for free. And that actually boosted the awareness and the amount of services that are now being used in terms of online streaming. So that was definitely a very good shift. And I see pretty much the same reflection in terms of the research. For example, our colleagues, the agency called GfK, they did a research this year about the music consumption habits of Ukrainians. And so what their findings are telling us is that 7% of Ukrainians still use only pirate services to listen to some music. 13% prefer using only legal services, both free and paid. And as you can probably guess, 80% of people are using both legal and pirate services. And you know, from my perspective, that's like existential question whether the glass of water is half full or half empty. For me, it's half full, because if we would do a research like that, I don't know, 10 years ago, we wouldn't have these kind of numbers. I mean, the first one would be way bigger. But now, since we have generation changing and new approaches and new online services, I think it's getting more and more simple and fair and obvious that music content needs to be treated as legally as possible. So from my point of view, fingers crossed, we will have this statistics keep on shifting in a better way. So yeah, I think that would be it. That's all I wanted to share with you guys in terms of music recording and consumption. I'm here to answer any of your questions, or we can keep this thing going to my colleagues, as you say.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. It was very interesting. I think we wait for the questions for the panel discussion. I would like to ask now, I think Anja Kasparek is also with us. I hope so. Yes, she is. Nice to meet you.
Hi, hello everyone.
Yes, I would like to ask you to share your presentation with us on the Polish music market. And I also give a short introduction to Anja. She's the co-founder of the all-female Chimes agency in Poland, an artist management and consultancy a consulting agency supporting artists and brands in strategy and development and implementation. She's also part of the Balance It Out Talent Development Collective and heads the management teams for Hilda in Iceland, Wojtek in Poland, and Ruben Gray in UK. And additionally, Anya is among the co-founders and serves as operations manager at European Music Managers Alliance, the EMA. So Anya, please let us know some details about the Polish music market.
Thank you so much for invitation and for having me here. Let me just start the presentation and hopefully no tech issues. How do I do this? All right. Can you see the presentation?
Yes, we can see.
Yeah. Okay. Great. So, as per request, I with this very brief presentation on a Polish market overview, I focused mainly on site and specifically streaming. Here's a little agenda. I thought these would be the most interesting points to go over. I'm going to give you a really brief intro to Poland and to the market, just to go over brief numbers. Then talk a little bit about recorded music and division by sector and by format. We'll present the stores that are available in Poland, go over the independent labels, then share a few insiders tips about the local market, and we'll try to show you also a few opportunities when thinking about Poland and doing business with the Polish music industry. So here's just really brief snapshot of Poland. So it's quite a big market, 38 million people. Poland is a really interesting as well country in the market in the sense that it has been developing and boosting, I would say, for at least a decade right now, and there's really a lot of opportunities to do business. There's a lot of areas that and sectors that are growing quite rapidly. All of which just the overall economic let's say situation and getting better, and people basically having more and more disposable income. All these things contribute obviously to as well the development of entertainment and music business. I wanted to also just show you here just a few numbers that I thought would be interesting for when we talk about streaming specifically. So the internet users, as you can see, it's more or less the whole nation now. Also the mobile internet users, that's 25 million people already, which give as well obviously a lot of opportunities when it comes to penetration of streaming services and possible reach for the users. The smartphone penetration rate is 66%, and all the numbers, all the figures that you will see are from a IFPI report from 2019, so they are quite up to date. So the whole music market, the size of it right now, it's almost 115 million US dollars. The growth rate is 3.4%, and it has been steadily growing for the last years. I thought that it was quite interesting to break it down for you by sector. The streaming is growing more or less between 3 and 5% year by year for the last 5 years. but I think it is really extremely interesting that the physical is still so large, and it constitutes almost 45%. It is on a decline right now, but it is still huge. So just thought that would be quite interesting to point to. I also wanted to show that the total music, sorry, I can't. Sorry, I think I have some technical issues. Sorry, so I just wanted to also show you the total music revenue per capita. That is $3. And I just wanted to highlight this number because comparing to the UK market, for example, that is obviously this is a huge and very developed market. It's the third music market in the world. But just to give you an example of what's the difference when we also when we talk about Polish market, that it is emerging, it is developing, but it really has a lot as well to catch up. So just for consideration and like just as a benchmark, the UK, for UK, this is almost $22 and Sweden, for example, 19th. I thought it would be interesting also just to look again at in more details on the sector and how it's divided. Again, physical, 51.2 million. That is, as I mentioned before, it's almost 6% lower year on year. But still, it's really, I think, quite important and impressive number. Yes, and here also division by format. These are the numbers, and also from the IFPI reports from 2019 for the year 2019, and you can see basically the steady growth of streaming specifically, and obviously fall of the downloads and like other digital consumption outside of streaming. Then stores. So I handpicked basically the most important streaming platforms and stores here. There, apart from Spotify, that is which is the biggest basically streaming service with the biggest numbers of users, and also actually growing also number of paid subscriptions. Then the second one is Tidal, which is actually also quite interesting for, I think, the whole region, not only Poland, for whole Eastern European region, because it's quite, it's one of the services that is like really actively investing in, becoming basically the leader for the region. Also, just to grow sort of in a fast way, their number of subscriptions. Tidal is entering many markets, Eastern European markets, with offering bundle deals with telecom companies. So, for example, right now in Poland, they have partnered with all 4 major telecom companies, which basically also inflates the number of users. These are obviously not all the active users, but when you look at the market penetration, then it's definitely visible, and that's one of the reasons. Then there's also Apple Music, that who do not have a representation on the market that much. It's not so visible, but it is also present, let's say. Then I didn't include Deezer here, even though it still exists in Poland, because basically it's the service, they lost a lot of their initial market share, basically, obviously, to Spotify specifically, and looking at their development right now, it looks like they're more interested in penetrating other markets, Eastern European markets. Another one very important is YouTube, and then the rest, TikTok and MPIC. Well, TikTok is obviously not a store. However, it is a very important app, and let's say, yeah, they don't even call themselves a music app, right? It's more of an entertainment app. However, it is really important also for when working with music. We see really big spikes for streaming artists and translation of like TikTok trends towards streaming services. So I just thought that it would be interesting to flag it here. Also because TikTok has they are actively working with Polish markets, so they are doing collaboration with local artists and so on. And as of that was not like an official number, but as of 2019, I believe the number of TikTok users in Poland was over 2 million already, which is quite impressive, I would say. And then the last one is MPIC, which is actually, this is a chain store, chain of stores and bookstores, and also offering music and all sorts of entertainment. It's sort of like a Polish version of Merlin. They do also offer online platform, and they do have like their own app, a streaming platform that is not really significant, but when it comes to like overall collaboration and like when we talk about stores, they are definitely the number one to pay attention to, basically. And okay, and here moving on to the labels. So I decided to like flag the independent labels only, even though obviously there are three major labels: Sony, Warner, and Universal. Right now, I believe Universal is leading on the market among the three majors. There are also international distributors present on the market, The Orchard, Believe, and quite a few local distributors, such as eMuzyka, Agora, which is also a publishing house, and Independent Digital, just to name a few. But I thought it would be interesting to like put a bigger focus on independent labels, because that's also very characteristic of Polish market. It's really built, and the like Polish music industry is really comprised of many independent actors and labels, and these are really the movers and shakers, sort of, if you will. So I just handpicked the really top ones: Kayaks, Agora. So it's the same. It's the publishing house actually also that I mentioned for as also digital distributor. Jazz Boy Records, MTJ, Mystic Production, which also works as a physical distributor in Poland, and then Step Records, Asphalt, My Music, and SBM. These are the biggest labels right now, the biggest hip hop labels that are I think very interesting to pay attention to, because they grew from very grassroots initiatives to really large companies, basically providing all sorts of entertainment, not only music, but also selling lots of merch, acting as promoters on the ground, and basically, they really contribute to the development of the market. And I also thought it would be interesting to flag the hip hop labels, because as we see in other markets on globally. Obviously, hip hop is really booming, and you're gonna see with my next slides how important and how very focused Polish music market is on local hip hop right now. So, just to give you a bit of a taste, these are the top albums of 2019 in Poland. If you have a look at it, it's really only 2 international releases, and the rest is all it's really the local releases. And on top of that, the vast majority of those are hip hop albums. And we're talking here about really like massive numbers and really inflated also streaming services, but also when it comes to physical sales, concerts, and everything. Concerts, obviously, pre-pandemic, so we're gonna definitely see the difference. And pictured here are the top artists right now in Poland. On the right-hand side, this is Dawid Podsiadło. It's huge. This is a Sony artist, really huge headliner, pop, indie pop sort of star. And on the left-hand side, it's Taco Hemingway, one of the biggest rappers currently. So in this list, 7 out of 10 albums are local hip hop albums. I think that's just mind blowing. And here again, this is the screenshot of the recent chart, official charts in Poland. We only have one chart that is based on physical sales. So yes, the number one album, as you see, the number 1 and 2 albums are of the same artist, Taco Hemingway, the hip hop one that I just mentioned. And out of top physical releases, local hip hop releases are, it's 22 entries. That is really a lot. That's almost half of the charts. And in the top 10, 6 of them, 6 of the releases that landed in the top 10 positions are also local hip hop. So, which is also very interesting. And just to also back up what I was saying before about how much, how like independent sector is really moving and shaking the industry. There's only 16 entries from major label releases in the last week's chart. Yeah, Spotify top 50 viral, that's from yesterday. Took a screenshot. And again, first top 10 tracks are all local hip hop releases. And when you have a look, if you have a look at the top right, it's around 100,000 daily plays, which is really a lot. These are basically the numbers that in streaming no other genre has in Poland right now. I think pictures always obviously, say more than words. So just wanted to show you one of the, I think, best experiences and like really important moments for the local Polish music industry. That's the sold out show, co-headlining shows of Taco Hemingway, the hip hop rapper, and Dawid Podsiadło, who's the Sony artist. They are the very first artists, local Polish headliners, to sell out a national stadium of 60,000 people. Up until now, it's been only international acts that were able to do that. And yeah, just to wrap up, I thought it would be maybe interesting for you to see some of the opportunities that are presented right now on the market. Poland is definitely really, really big market. It's 38 million people, so there's a lot of consumers that you can speak to and attract with the products. There's steadily growing disposable income per capita. That's what we've been seeing for the last years. Obviously, it's really hard to say right now, but I'm sure that's true for any of the industry and in general, like global economic, what's going to happen after the pandemic. But that's what's been happening. That was the trend basically up until 2020. There's when we look into the local music industry as well, there's increasingly more companies to partner with. So there's lots of local companies, basically local Polish companies, be it agencies, labels, consultants that like work also internationally, that start to understand a little bit more of an international business practices, and that is also obviously super important, especially when importing, exporting. Then the live market is really, really good. It's really big as well in Poland, and there's it's really quite unique. The Polish audiences are really engaged and very enthusiastic consumers, for also very interested in purchasing merchandise. Obviously, again, I put an asterisk here because really hard to say post-pandemic what it's going to look like. My personal fear is that it might be a bit of a tough time because of how physical heavy and like live sector heavy Polish industry is. So unless it catches up quickly with the possibilities and opportunities that the digital is offering, it might be quite difficult times. And last but not least, the infrastructure in Poland, and I'm talking here about like really basic infrastructure. It's really great for touring and super important right now because, yes, like the number of obviously roads and train connections and all these things, that always also was a factor when coming to play in Poland, and yeah, it's as good as easy to come and reach the market, like physically reach the market as well. Happy to answer any of the questions, and here's my email address as well if you would like to speak to me or ask a little bit more questions about the market.
Yeah, thank you very much, Anya. I would suggest to ask the question in the following panel discussion, although you will leave earlier. But
yes, I'm very sorry about that, but I will stay for the beginning.
Yes, no problem at all. I think we can start with questions to you, and now we try again with Karina. Maybe she managed to download the Zoom software. Karina, are you?
I don't know if it changed anything, and you'll be
able. We hope so.
Yeah, hopefully. Anyway, I don't have very much to add. It was very interesting to listen to Darcia and Anya, and I just realized how different, though we are on the same region. I mean, we're talking about Eastern European markets here, but we are so different. And it was very interesting listening to Anya to see that not only that they have so many numbers. I mean, we don't have that in Romania. I mean, we just don't have numbers for live, for recorded, for streaming. You even have a chart for physical products. I think this is quite amazing. In Romania right now, we are releasing physical albums mostly as merchandise. I mean, we're selling physical albums mostly as at gigs, at concerts. We only have one network, one library network where we are able to sell them physically. So I think
please restart your presentation. We have enough time, and I think it's interesting to see it again.
Let me see. So you weren't able to hear anything that I said?
Yeah, there was a problem.
It was a problem. Okay.
Now it's better.
So again, our neighbors. It's important just to know, if you get to Hungary or Serbia or Bulgaria, you can try to tour to Romania as well. As I was saying, no official sales, no sales figures, no numbers, unfortunately. These are the main cities. This is the Romanian map. So basically, close to Hungary and Serbia, we have Timișoara as the biggest city. Then you have Cluj-Napoca, quite central north. Iași in Moldova. Bucharest, the main city and the capital city. Here. These are the main music festivals. I focus my presentation more on the live side of the industry, because it is, I don't know how it is in Poland and in the Ukraine, but in Romania, it's the main, from live, we have our main revenue streams. I think it's stuck. No. So these are the main festivals. Untold Festival, definitely the biggest, and it's quite a phenomenon here in Romania. It's very interesting to see every summer all the billboards in all the main cities, not only in Cluj-Napoca, where the festival is held, but all the billboards in the biggest cities in Romania are having a reference to Untold, because they have so many big brands sponsoring the event, and everybody tries to get a piece of the festival. They try to attach somehow to these festivals. It's quite a phenomenon here. Electric Castle as well. It's quite an interesting festival happening as well near Cluj-Napoca. Never See Festival by the Sea, same promoters as Untold Festival. And I was saying before that today they announced a new festival in Timișoara. So basically they have Cluj-Napoca, the center, Transylvania region, center of the country. They went to the sea in Constanța, Never See Festival, basically southern eastern Romania, and now they're going to the west as well. So they're basically covering the whole country. It's quite a big promoter and very, very influential. They also have they're planning on going into becoming a label and management company as well. So they want to focus on developing their own artists. So it's not only a promoter here. So here are the main Romanian labels. I wanted to ask, but maybe we will talk about it a little bit later. I was curious to know if in Poland the three majors are the actual three majors or if they are licensees, because in Romania we only have Universal Music, and it's though it's the major label, the only major label here. Global Records has a bigger share and has become much bigger and more influential than Universal Music. So I don't have the charts here, but if you look at top 10 songs in the daily charts, you will see Global Records. I mean, 7 out of 10 songs daily are coming from Global Records. So they are very, very influential. They have signed all the major pop artists, dance artists as well. They have they're not only into music, now they have a talent division with a lot of vloggers and TikTok stars. So they are covering many aspects of talent here in Romania. And they started with Ina. She's the biggest artist not in Romania, but the biggest international artist coming from Romania. So when it comes to the streaming market in Romania, we can say that we have YouTube and the rest. I mean, YouTube is huge here, very influential. It's the first platform to go when it comes to young audience. When it comes to revenue as well, even though everybody's complaining that YouTube is not paying that much, when you add the numbers, artists can live out of YouTube revenue. They cannot afford a living if we just look at Spotify revenue because of the numbers. And what's very interesting is that for pop artists, you still can see big numbers on Spotify, for example. But when it comes to independent artists, when it comes to the rock scene, alternative, it's not relevant at all. I mean, at all. It's quite relevant for pop music, but not for the rest. I have here, so this is one of the top Romanian pop artists. If you can see, so we have 145,000 monthly listeners on Spotify and 436,000 subscribers on YouTube. And if you just look at one song released 5 months ago, so you have 16 million views on YouTube and only 1 million streams on Spotify. It's quite a big difference. And this is Irina Rimes as well, double the numbers of subscribers on YouTube, and 8 million views on YouTube, only for the same song, Trei Inimi, only less than 500,000. So quite a big difference. So if we're talking about the music industry in Romania, I wanted to also point out to Mastering the Music Business. It's quite a self-promo because I'm involved in this event, but I know it's very relevant to the market because it's an international event, and all the movers and shakers from the Romanian music industry are attending this event every year with a lot of international delegates as well. So if you're interested in learning more about the Romanian market or getting to know the movers and shakers from the Romanian market, this is the event you should attend. So I think this is it. And
yeah,
thank you. Peter.
Thank you very much. And now we had a brilliant connection to to Bucharest. So yeah, thank you. And again, for all the participants, if you want to ask a question, please write your name in the chat function. And since Anya will leave earlier, I would like to start asking her. You said, it was very interesting, that the physical market share is relatively high. I think it's the second highest in the world, so just Japan is higher. So do you have an explanation for that? What's different in Poland?
Yes, that is true. This like Poland is really on really high on top in the top also when it, like you rightfully said, like on the globally as well when it comes to physical. To be honest, it's hard for me to say, you know, what are the reasons. It's definitely in Poland, let's say 20 years ago, we did still have the problem, as other ladies were saying, with piracy and so on. So like, you know, that's the physical basically was the only way to consume music. like 2 decades ago. Fast forward with there's no issues with piracy anymore. That is definitely thanks to also free tiers that streaming services offer, and YouTube coming quite early, and then Spotify and so on, and as mentioned, the free subscriptions sold as a bundle deal sort of with telecoms that Tidal is super in favor of following and offering right now. So that is definitely so this definitely helps like kill the piracy. But on a more, I think also just when it comes to business practices, you know, and like I should say mentality maybe, even though Poles are very entrepreneurial, they're not necessarily early adopters to new trends, if you will. So just turning into this, I think you can look at it also when you see all the trends and who are the listeners as well and the users of streaming services. It really tends to be a younger demographic. So that also shows that basically, like, you know, on a grand scheme of things, the consumers are not necessarily catching up with this trend of consuming music online and not having a physical, tangible product. So I think that's one of the reasons why why it also is quite high.
Mm-hmm. Maybe it's also another reason. You have a strong domestic market, and it reminds me to Germany and Austria, because we have this specific genre Schlager and volkstümliche Musik. I cannot translate it in English. Maybe you also have this a typical genre in Poland for older generation, which is still buying CDs, or is it different?
Yeah, no, definitely. There is something to it. We do have the genre in Poland is called disco polo, and that is definitely, that has not entered that much the streaming world, let's say. But that is, to some extent, that is definitely true. On the other hand, though, younger demographics and the hip hop fans and listeners, they are also heavy, like buying, you know, in really large volumes, like physical products on top of listening to those on streaming services. And interestingly enough, with that, hip hop artists, local hip hop artists, are one of the few first ones really who can price the physical product at the same with the same PPG as international releases, which usually also was very different, because local repertoire was basically sold almost twice as at a price that is almost twice as lower than the international one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you. There is a question from Ben Morgan from Melbourne. So before he go to bed, he should ask his question. Hi, Ben.
Yeah, I stay up late over here. Well, so I'm just struck by how different the countries are to each other, but especially to what we were hearing earlier. And I'm thinking about Korea and the sort of superpower of the DSP, the diverse service provider down there. I didn't catch anyone mentioning any local DSPs. And I know that when I lived in Romania in 2014-15, I was using one called Zonga. I'm curious why you think there haven't been any local DSPs, or what happened to Zonga in Romania, and just why is it always Tidal and Google and Apple? How come there's no local attempts going on, and what happened to Zonga?
So Zonga just died, natural death. Yeah, we used to have a local DSP. It used to be the fight used to be between Deezer and Zonga, and if I remember, I mean, both of them were supported by telecom companies here in Romania, but they were supported, and that was it. I mean, it was not a natural tendency to use Zonga or Deezer. So basically, when I say that YouTube is that big in Romania, I quite mean it. I mean, Spotify entered the market in March 2018. This means 2 years ago, 2 years and a half. And as Darcia was saying, in Ukraine, it was a big thing. I mean, it was big because it was like having McDonald's or something, a very famous brand coming to the market. But it didn't actually translate into numbers for Spotify. So YouTube kept its supremacy. I mentioned Tidal there, and I mentioned Deezer, but they are quite, I mean, it's hard to find somebody who actually uses Tidal or Deezer in your bubble. Okay, so that's why it was very difficult for Zonga to keep up with this. I mean, it's difficult to compete with a brand as strong as iTunes, Apple, or Spotify, because when we talk about these streaming platforms, there is a specific target. It's a specific audience who is willing to actually pay for even though they are very cheap, as in Ukraine. They are affordable, but still there is this large mentality that you don't have to pay for music in Romania, and YouTube is free, because I'm not talking about YouTube Music. This is a different thing. And I mean, there are still young people who are ripping off music from YouTube in order to listen to it, even though you can listen it for free on Spotify. The commercials are annoying. They don't want to be bought off just the audio from YouTube and listening on their phones, or sometimes burning CDs. I hope I answered to your question. I'm sorry, Rip.
It's a hard question to answer. Australia doesn't have a local one either. I don't think there is an easy answer, but I'm just curious what everyone's perceptions are in each of your countries, why there's no local DSP.
I think this is a very interesting result of our presentations, also for the morning sessions, that the markets are so different. On the one hand, so we have different markets, but also we have similarities. I would like to ask a question to Karina, Anya, and also to Darcia about the difference of the markets. In Poland, we have a strong domestic market, so 4 years now. So I'm observing it, I think, from the beginning when Poland sent numbers to the IFPI. Romania is not, there are no IFPI numbers, but you said it is driven by international repertoire. So why there is a difference, and maybe Darcia will step in with Ukrainian data. So why there is a difference? Anya, Karina, who wants to answer?
It's I would not say that it's driven by international in Romania. It depends a lot on what are we focusing on. So there is no artist selling 60,000 tickets in Romania. Definitely not. I think, I don't know, 4,000 would be the maximum somehow. But even there, I would not bite into those numbers. I mean, I think there is a lot of marketing, and we know how these things happen. And there are a lot of artists that's very interesting that they are doing big shows in Romania for marketing purposes. It's like, it's interesting to see that we do have some hip hop artists, we have some trap artists who are becoming quite popular, but still the radio stations are dominated by pop music. And it's what's very interesting as well, I forgot to mention this, is that some of the biggest pop artists in Romania are actually coming from the Moldavian Republic. So they are not 100% Romanians. There are a lot of artists coming from Chișinău in Romania, great songwriters. They sometimes, I feel like they all sound the same. It's the same, I don't know, style of music. But they are very talented and very, very successful here, and they dominate the radio charts. When it comes to selling tickets, they are able to do it, but with a lot of marketing purpose. I mean, they are doing these shows because is this it's not a myth actually. We usually know that pop artists are on the radio and their popularity is quite inflated because it doesn't translate into selling tickets as it happens on the American market, for example, where you see that huge artists that are selling millions of records, they also sell as many tickets. It's not the same in Romania. So what pop artists are doing now is they're quite investing a lot of money into these kind of shows in big venues in order to keep their brand up. So I don't know if this is answering to your question or not.
Yeah, thank you, thank you. Anja, why the domestic share is so high in Poland?
So I think when it comes to Poland, definitely one of the things is just the aftermath of, for a very, very long time, not foreign acts not being able to play in Poland, come to Poland and, perform. So that historically basically helped like shape, local, basically Polish repertoire. Then right now, of course, it's definitely also it helps that the streaming services seem to be promoting or investing or highlighting more local repertoires, right? That's not only in Poland, but like just as a strategy, that's what they do. So there's definitely way more editorial possibilities for the local acts rather than promoting international music. And also one of the interesting things I suppose it's there's a law that was introduced definitely I want to say around a decade ago, regulating basically the percentage of of music played in local language on the radio. That definitely helped, obviously, push local repertoire.
So it's very similar to France, for example, yeah? Also with a,
yes,
with a policy in the radio. What is the situation in the Ukraine?
Well, for Ukraine, the development of the music scene is highly connected to some external factors. For example, up until 2014, there was huge amount of international acts and foreign artists, and it was really quite a thing to listen to some foreigners. But in 2014, we had a dignity revolution, and an armed conflict with Russia began. And that actually caused a huge bubble in the music scene because there was a certain period of time where foreigners were simply afraid to come to Ukraine and play some gigs and perform. And that led to a massive cancellation of concerts. And I know that many of my colleagues were like, we're done. Like, what are we supposed to do now? Nobody will care about the music because, hey, we have a revolution. We have like almost a war in our country. But surprisingly, that had a very good conclusion actually to this story, because Ukrainian listeners started thinking like, wow, do we have any cool local acts out there? And apparently there were some cool artists from Ukraine that were there all this time, but nobody noticed them. So this gap that lasted for almost a year provided a perfect opportunity for a local music scene to develop and become more noticeable, more popular. And I'm actually really proud that it became really cool to listen to some local music and to know that it's amazing. And finally, Ukrainian artists had some sold outs that never happened before. So after 2015, we found some balance between local and international acts. And I know that also the government is trying their best to support local artists. For example, a few years ago, we finally have quotas on radios and TV. So now around 35% of all music you hear is supposed to be played in Ukrainian. So that also led to some boost of the Ukrainian artists. So yeah, that's a mix of different factors, but definitely the local scene is developing as well. Ooh, you're on mute. Are you?
You can hear me?
Now, yeah. Now, yes.
Yes, okay. You are in a special situation in the Ukraine because you are not an EU member such as Romania and Poland, and you have a very big neighbor. You mentioned it, Russia. So, what is the influence, also the cultural influence from Russia in the Ukraine, despite all the problems you mentioned before?
To be honest, this is a very controversial topic because on one hand, there are no hard restrictions on this one. It's a matter of a personal decision whether I would like to listen to some Russian artists or not. For example, you probably know that Russia now has a very strong rap music scene. And whether we like it or not, I know that many Ukrainian teenagers still really into Russian hip hop and rap artists, which is quite controversial by definition because we also have some really interesting local acts, but that's the way it goes. But we also have some legal restrictions. For example, well, that's not even related to solely to Russian artists, but if any international act perform in Crimea without crossing the Ukrainian border, we assume it as a violation of international borders, and so this kind of act cannot perform in Ukraine anymore. So yeah, there are some very sensitive connections, and you see, historically, we had this kind of bonding between two countries. For example, for some Ukrainian acts, going to Russia and playing gigs there was one of the main sources of income. So right after the conflict and the beginning of the war, it was also a matter of a personal decision whether they would like to continue going there and playing their gigs, or even go into Russia and pretend like they're Russian artists now, or simply forget about these countries. So it's very painful and sensitive decision for each and every artist in general, which approach is more preferable for them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, thank you very much. There is a comment by Mr. Wagner to Poland. Maybe he wants to comment live.
I actually
online.
started typing reply to that.
Yes, you write a reply, but let us your answer.
Yeah, so just wanted to say, yes, absolutely, that is correct. Poland is very, very local language heavy when it comes to music, especially. But that is, I think, also very interesting. It has a sort of on the flip side, because it is quite a big market and quite developing, and there's a lot of really good music, and but still it's not really exported. And one of the things I believe that is stopping is just this really the need to have, for any artist to really have a breakthrough, it's still absolutely a must to have a single in local language, otherwise it's just super difficult. And so the concept of like radio single is still very much alive.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Before you leave, I would like to ask you about the live music market, because your agency is also involved in the live music business in some respect.
Yeah.
So how is the link? How is the link between the live music market and the recording market, or even the publishing market in Poland?
Actually, we're not necessarily connected with the live sector, but
Yeah.
But I'll try to answer. I think that Yes, there is a lot of question marks. Obviously, now I appreciate this is not like Poland only question. You know, when we will be back, be able to come back to having live shows, in what shape and what form and so on. Already in Poland now, there's the restrictions were lifted, and you know, there are shows obviously happening again, but that's not. Yeah, I wouldn't say that we're back to anything that we knew as normal pre-pandemic. However, it is the life sector was really growing. There's quite a lot of changes actually that happened in the recent years, including also Live Nation buying one of the biggest promoters last year, that you know, like pandemic basically stopped us from seeing, you know, this move, basically how it's gonna influence really the whole market, because with this purchase, it's also some of the festivals that were owned by previous promoter and such, but yeah, it's for the local acts. It's a very sustainable market. It's been very sustainable to tour only in Poland and to be able to live off of that. It is like also the ladies were saying about Romania or Ukraine. That's again one of the reasons, you know, like Polish artists are not necessarily super hungry to or hungry enough, I would say, to exports, basically, because the market allows them to live off of their music. Also, live income from live is definitely the main cash flow. So this year is really difficult, and I really am curious what it's gonna how it's gonna develop, basically, and how it's gonna influence, and you know, whether also the income will change, right? Like, will the artists and the companies be able to shift a bit and, like, yeah, change their business models, basically, to be able to maybe look more towards and explore more opportunities in publishing or in sync, or, you know, like just to not have only one sort of source of income, major source of income. So is that answering your question?
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
And feel free if you have to leave. I thank you very much
Yes.
for your presentation, for your contribution.
Thank you very much, and sorry I need to leave earlier, but it was really a pleasure, and I'll type my email again in the chat, and if there's any more questions, or if someone would like to stay in touch, please reach out.
Yes, and next time in Vienna. See you.
Thank you so much.
So, bye. Karina, I want also to ask you, what is the link between the recorded market and the live market? So you showed us there are a lot of festivals in Romania. So I think the live business is highly important as an income source also for the artists. So how are the two spheres are linked in your country?
So yeah, the live sector is very important for the artists, and as Anya was saying, this is such a tough year for the Romanian artists. Some of them were able to, I don't know, adapt a little bit, and we've seen so many bands that were dividing their members, and you only saw the lead singer and the guitar player doing shows in order to adapt to the new conditions, and splitting the income with the rest of the band members. It was their way of surviving. As I was saying earlier, I think when it comes to, so definitely the live sector is the main cash flow in Romania as well. When it comes to rock music and alternative music, I almost can say that it's the only one, the only one, the only revenue stream, because they don't, they cannot rely on money coming from streams or selling records, unless we're talking about records sold at their live gigs or merchandise. But it's not, I mean, merchandise is, they're able to cover some of their expenses, but they cannot live out of merchandise. So for rock and the alternative scene, it's the only income stream. For pop stars, they some of them are earning more from neighboring rights and from royalties than from live. And it's also interesting to see the type of live shows that we're talking about. So you have festivals and gigs in clubs, in medium and smaller venues for rock artists and alternative. But you have a lot of pop artists, those more successful on the radio, playing more at some sort of public events organized by local authorities, like the mayor doing some event in the city center once a year, you know, in small cities, big cities. And it's very interesting because when it comes to the rock scene, festivals and clubs, we're talking about ticket payers. When we talk about supported events by the local authorities, we're talking about free events. So it's interesting to see, and this is one of the reasons why we have this gap, you know, between some of the superstars who have huge fees, because we can say that in Romania, at least we had, I don't know what's going to be after this crisis, but we used to have huge fees, and they were not translating into tickets sold. I mean, you had artists, just because they had a hit song on the radio, earning up to 10,000 euro for a show. But if the same artist was supposed to sell tickets, he maybe would have made, I don't know, 2,000 euro or something like this. And this is a huge gap.
Mm-hmm. So thank you very much. Again, if you have questions, comments, other contributions, please write it in the chat. Just the name, and then you will be online. So what is the connection of the live music business, recorded business in the Ukraine?
Well, to be honest, like the situation is pretty much the same as in Romania. Concert sphere is still the main income source in Ukraine, both for mainstream and underground artists. On top of that, I would say that for mainstream pop artists, another kind of live industry niche is the so-called corporativy, like private parties, private events. I know that Romania probably pretty much the same, like sort of private parties that take place, I don't know, for politicians, for business people. And some of Ukrainian pop artists may not even play public gigs, but they do private events instead. And that's a huge source of their revenue. So yeah, that's one of the specifics. And on top of that, I think that when it comes to mainstream artists, they're so caught up with this hype and the attention from the media and private events. They're not even focused on the approach, like, I'm supposed to release an album, I need to provide some like big chunk of my recorded music to the audience. They simply live in terms of releasing a single and then a video and then another single, and that would be it. On the opposite side, for the underground artists, I think the situation would be pretty much typical. Although they are absolutely in love with the concept of releasing an album, their audience is rather small. And then we have the situation with music piracy, which automatically leads you to less amount of income. And here we are in a very controversial position where you can survive probably by having plenty of concerts. which is getting more and more worse due to pandemic. And
yes. I think we should also discuss this topic. But before, I would like to ask Darcia again. You are also a co-founder of the Music Export Ukraine. So please tell us more about the possibilities to promote Ukrainian musicians, Ukrainian music in other countries. I think it's not so easy to do that, isn't it?
yeah, absolutely. Well, the Music Export Ukraine is actually an independent initiative, and we've been working for 2 years now. And this is a bit tricky because we do not have any government support at this point. We have another government institution, it's called Ukrainian Institute, and they're taking care of promotion of the Ukrainian culture abroad in general, whereas we're more specific into non-academic music sector in terms of international relationship. But we're doing our best, and probably one of the main priorities of ours is like working with international showcases, helping Ukrainian emerging artists to promote themselves internationally, both online and offline. Especially in 2020, that was a very tricky thing to do. But luckily, we have an opportunity to adjust. For example, we were really glad to participate in Waves Vienna a few weeks earlier in a hybrid format. Actually, Ukraine was one of 2 focus countries there, and we had like 6 Ukrainian acts preparing exclusive gigs for Waves Vienna. So that was quite an experience because we're in a new modern digital era of everything happening online. And I really miss offline showcase festivals, but we'll see the way it will go for us in 2021.
So showcase festivals are very important for
Yeah,
promoting
yeah,
the
because
artists.
right now at this point it's relatively new format for Ukrainian artists, and it's really important for them to first educate themselves and be prepared for this kind of format, and then use the maximum opportunities. But we also did and keep on doing some international projects focused on capacity building. We're also doing a Ukrainian music conference, so we're bringing international delegates here in Ukraine to spread the word about our existence. So plenty of things actually happening.
So thank you. Karina, what about the music export in Romania? So you told us you have some stars. Do they also break outside the Romanian scene?
So there are some pop stars who had broken. So I was mentioning earlier Ina. She is the biggest international act coming from Romania. She had a hit song 10 years ago, I think it was. It was huge, and we can almost say that she invented a new genre, some sort of Balkanic sound. That was something new and very, very appealing to markets like Mexico and Japan and Russia and so on. It was quite big, and she managed to, even though she is not as popular as she used to be 10 years ago, she's still touring in South America and in some countries in Asia. She's still doing okay, and she has some international hit songs. Other than that, we do have some pop artists or DJs who have some hit songs abroad, but they are not quite as big as Ina is. This is on the very commercial side. When it comes to alternative, we are following the same route as Darcia and her export offices. We don't have an export office in Romania. We are trying. We were trying to set up one. We're trying to put together at the same table as many
stakeholders from the Romanian music industry, meaning labels and festivals as well, because they have a huge impact and they can be quite powerful when it comes to helping local artists to break outside of the country. But it's until we will have this export office, we are trying to I don't know, do the work ourselves with mastering the music business, because this event started with this goal of promoting Romanian artists. We also have a showcase festival. We try to book half of our artists are Romanian artists and half are international bands. And we do some exchanges with other international events like Budapest Showcase Hub or I don't know, Tallinn Music Week. We try to push our Romanian artists to play there. It's not easy because we don't have the financial resources, and this is the main issue. I mean, we have the contacts, we have the network, but for an alternative band to just start touring in Poland or Ukraine or Germany, it's very costly, and it's very difficult to do it on itself. So it would be very helpful to have some support. We are also trying to raise some money from the local authorities, but we will see how it will go, because until now we weren't very successful.
So yeah, thank you for answering this question. Again, if you have questions and comments, please let us know. I would now like to address the elephant in the room, and this is the COVID-19 crisis. That's why we are sitting here, or you sitting there and I'm sitting here. It was the plan to have a joint conference here in Vienna. So how the COVID-19 crisis has affected the music business in the Ukraine. I think in the Ukraine it's a serious situation now, isn't it?
Yeah, it literally sounds like we're having a second wave of infections, so it's pretty tough out there. We actually have several colored zones depending on the amount of the infected people, and based on the colors, we have different type of restrictions. And actually that automatically connected to the amount of live events that we can have. So it's really hard period of time for the music industry, especially taking into account that live concerts is probably, oh, hi Sally. It's really hard period because live industry is probably the main source of income, and so the local music scene is trying to find the opportunities to survive and to become more noticeable in the eyes of the government and explain the importance of the support. So we had some very serious conversations and meetings with politicians. And we also have like a professional union of representatives of the Ukrainian music industry who's doing plenty of work in this area. So on one hand, for example, we have now a institutional support, and the government is willing to provide grants to the representatives of the music industry. But on another part of it, what I really like about the situation is that some of my colleagues is still trying to figure out more creative ways to survive and to adjust to this reality. For example, we came up with an idea of the so-called vertical concerts. Like imagine we have in Kiev, we have a hotel, and it consists of two buildings. So here's the main building and here's the lower building with a restaurant, I believe. So a local promoter created a stage out there, and he's selling tickets as a hotel numbers, has hotel rooms. So all you have to do is book a hotel room, come over on a balcony and enjoy the live concert. And the capacity of the hotel/venue is around 500 people. And everybody is pretty much isolated because, hey, we're in a hotel. So that's a pretty interesting format to have. And I believe this summer, plenty of Ukrainian, like really popular, both pop and rock artists had a gig like that. And you can actually Google vertical concert and take a look at the images. Those are quite fascinating. And yeah, I know that the numbers cannot compete with the ones that they used to have, but that's still better than none. And that's quite an experience that both artists and listeners can have. So I'm trying to focus more on the positive creative parts of it.
In Romania, Karina, do you also have such creative solutions to fight the corona crisis?
That's awesome. I will check it out. It sounds really amazing. Not that creative. We had some attempts of drive-in concerts. I know it happened in other countries as well. They weren't that successful, unfortunately. It worked, not great, but it worked for pop artists. It didn't work for rock artists because I guess their audience wants to see them and wants to, I don't know, be there standing and dancing, and they weren't buying tickets. They didn't like the concept. What helped us a lot in Romania, I don't know if it was the same in Ukraine or in other countries, but we've seen many brands getting involved in the situation and adapting, especially during the lockdown. And we've seen a lot of online gigs, and Vodafone, which is the main telecom brand here in Romania, they launched a platform, Together We Are Stronger, and they booked live events, theater performances, which weren't even theater performances because you only had one actor at home, and everything had to happen live from only one stream. So you couldn't do something like Zoom here with other actors, but they were just willing to just help artists survive. So they booked a lot of musicians. So you only had the lead singer from a band performing from his couch with a guitar or something. Some artists playing from their kitchens. I mean, it was quite crazy, but it helped artists survive because some of the artists were booked several times. They booked top artists, but also emerging artists as well. And what was really, really nice, I think, it was that they sold tickets. I mean, they were paying a fee for each artist. It was not the same fee as they would have get if they would have played normal gigs, but still it was something. And apart from this, they were selling tickets, but were this type of you pay what you want ticket, which was more of a donation. And all the money coming from tickets were going to the artist on top of their fees. And if I go to your previous question, when you were asking about recording and live, it was very interesting to see some of the top artists, some of the top pop artists who were selling, they were receiving big fees and selling, I don't know, 20 tickets, 30 tickets or something, earning 100, 150 euro from tickets, and tens of thousands from their fees. And then you were seeing some of the not only emerging artists, but maybe niche artists, alternative artists, or DIY artists who were earning less than 1,000 euro as a fee, because that was their I don't know, price list, you know, and then selling hundreds of tickets online and earning more money from tickets than from their fees. and getting to earn more than in real life, you know, before playing live. I mean, I saw artists who earned twice as much as if they would have had a gig in a club. And it was very, very interesting to see this because they knew how to promote their events, and also they had a core audience who was willing to help them a lot. So this was very interesting. And now, out of the, also we had some online, apart from this platform from Vodafone, there were some live performances, online performances from other brands as well. And we've seen a lot of corporate gigs, meaning private events for the employees. Big brands who, especially from retail, because their employees were in the first line. I mean, they had to work. They weren't able to stay safe in their homes. And what they did, they organized these special online events on Zoom or other private platforms only for their audiences. And this was also a great revenue stream for some of the artists. And now we are not allowed to have indoor gigs yet. We can have events to up to 50 people, but it's not sustainable. You don't want to have an indoor gig with 50 people. We are allowed to do outdoor gigs. It was good during the summer. I don't know what's going to be starting with October, when it's going to be colder and we won't be able to organize outdoor events anymore. But we were allowed to have up to 500 people. And we had, for example, with my band that I manage, we had a gig. We did a concert for 500 people in a 5,000 capacity arena, because we wanted people to feel very, very safe and feel that there was a good distance, and that they can come and enjoy a concert. It was so weird to see the artists asking the audience to sit down. Usually they want them all standing and cheering, and now they kept telling the audience that please sit down, please wear your mask. It was very, very, very strange, and so strange to see, to be happy that you have only a few people in such a big arena, something that a year before would have feel like a huge failure. So it's kind of a big shift, you know, in our mentalities, and we're all very curious to see how it's going to be and when it's going to be different. Hopefully soon.
Yeah, hopefully. What is the role of the government in supporting the music scene? Is there?
There are some grants for entrepreneurs generally. There were some discussions and some promises for the live sector, meaning promoters, but probably this will be some facilities for major promoters and major festivals, which is great. But for the smaller companies and the rest of the industry, not much. There are some grants and all kind of projects that you can apply for if you have an creative enough project to submit. They are trying to help, and we felt like for the first time in many years, we felt like we were listened to. I mean, we felt like we had somebody to discuss with, but we don't have something very, I don't know, concrete, something to show for it yet. We will see how it's going to be from now on.
Okay, so yeah, we all hope that we will get rid of this virus, but yeah, I'm not so optimistic in that respect. So you have the last chance now, because we only have 5 minutes or 7 minutes. So you have the last chance to ask questions to our presenters in the afternoon session. If you have no questions, I would like to take you into the future. So I think most of the Eastern European countries and markets are emerging markets and growing markets. So I would like to ask our two speakers, what do they think, what will bring the future, maybe also in the context with the COVID-19 crisis. Is there still a potential for a growing market in the Ukraine and in Romania? And what do you think, what's next? So maybe Tatsia.
That is a wonderful existential question. I don't think we're getting back as we used to be anytime soon, unfortunately. And this is the new reality that all of us needs to get used to and adjust and be prepared for. So this is something that all of us is going to deal with, definitely. However, I don't think that it will have it won't stop musicians from creating some cool music. It won't stop from listening to it. So I definitely think there is still a possibility and an opportunity to develop and keep this thing going. And when it comes to international cooperation, I do believe that there is still some opportunities to do this, even despite the COVID-19. For example, I really like the initiative that Karina and my colleagues are doing from Bush, I mean the banding app. They are trying to do the matchmaking between two artists and support them and facilitate the international cooperation. And just the other week, we had a release of a Ukrainian singer-songwriter with a Hungarian musician. So there are still opportunities to develop. For me, it's a matter of a creative state of mind, willingness to change, and finding new opportunities. But that would be it, to be honest, because speaking of figures and numbers and statistics, that's a disaster. That's all we have at this point. Karina, let me know what you think. Are you as optimistic as I am? Let's compare.
I totally agree with you, Darcia. Not only that this pandemic won't stop artists from creating. I've seen great music being created during the lockdown. What was very interesting is that the distribution companies, the digital distribution companies were stuck because so much music was being created during the lockdown, not only in Romania. I had a discussion with somebody from CD Baby, and they were like, we have so much work to do, and there are so many delays because so many artists, not only that they are creating new music, but they were eager to release it then. I mean, they finished the song and they wanted to release it. I guess it was their way of doing something. They weren't able to play, so at least they wanted to show that they had new music. So definitely there will be great music after this crisis. Other than that, it's very difficult to say. I like to see this crisis as an opportunity. Just speaking in my name, we had great opportunities as an agency during this pandemic. We had new projects that we never would have think about before the crisis. Just it were projects that we weren't interested in. We never thought that we could be working on something like this, and we loved it and we learned a lot, and we were able to keep the business afloat. And I'm sure this is going to happen from now on as well. And artists will keep adapting. Definitely, we will see artists and bands going bankrupt, and we will see bands disbanding. Yesterday I think I already saw some messages on Facebook about some bands that decided that they cannot keep like this and have to just earn their living in a different way. And this is sad, but it's the same for other kind of businesses as well. I mean, Horeca was highly affected, and other sectors as well. It is what it is. But I think that this is also an opportunity to just differentiate those very strong and maybe very talented from those who maybe just maybe they weren't supposed to be here anymore. I don't know. I mean, it's a good way to a good way of natural selection, I guess. So we will see how it goes.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think this is a perfect and also optimistic final word for the for closing also the conference. So thank you again, Karina and Darzia, and also Anja, for presenting on the music markets in your countries. Also, thanks to all the presenters in the morning sessions. And I think it was a very interesting and inspiring conference day, and I think it was also a very inspiring and interesting conference despite all the difficulties. And I'm very glad that we decided to do it that way, and I hope we will meet again, maybe next year. Erasmus University in Rotterdam offered to be the next conference host early in November next year. So please keep yourself informed about the conference call and also the topics in Rotterdam. So thank you for all the participants, but also thank you to the audience and for joining us and for discussing and asking questions. Yeah, we have a tradition. It's the 11th conference, and at the end of the conference, we award the best paper of the Young Scholars Workshop. So the Young Scholars Workshop is always on the first day. I checked, not all the participants are here, but I can say the first prize for the most engaged conference participant goes to Ben Morgan. It's incredible. He sits there in Melbourne, and I think from the morning, also from our morning to the late afternoon, he is online, and I think it's again deep in the night. Maybe this is also a result of the lockdown in Melbourne, isn't it, Ben?
Yes, there's not a lot of other options of things to be doing at the moment. But yes, of course, I'm fascinated by the conference. I've enjoyed it, the whole thing, and learned so much. So I'm happy. I'm very happy to be here. But yes, I'm locked down.
So I think this is a good idea to have a conference during a lockdown. Then the opportunities are not so
and
great.
Finish a PhD.
So yeah, thank you to the mentors for sending their ratings. It was very interesting. It was a very diverse picture this year. Although we have a clear winner, but we have a very different rating. So the ratings were very different. But at the end, it's clear. The winner will get the possibility to publish the paper after a review process in the International Journal of Music Business Research. And yes, it's also a tradition to have a printed copy of a book. Also this time we would like to continue with this tradition, but we have to send it to the winner. And it is Guy Morrow's new book about designing the music business. So the only question is, who is the winner? And to make a long story short, it is Laura Weinert from the Hanover University of Music, Drama and Media, and her paper is about music consumption of youngsters. So I hope she will submit the paper for publication in the International Journal of Music Business Research, but also the other papers were very good papers, so please feel free also to submit to the journal. So, yes, maybe Carsten, who is also in Hanover, will tell her, and we will send the book and we will send her also the certificate. So, yeah, that's the end of the 11th Vienna Music Business Research Days in very different circumstances. Oh, Laura is here. Congratulations. So, great that you are online now.
I'm really happy. Thanks a lot.
Yes, and please send me your postal address. Yeah, we will send you the printed copy of Guy's book. Yeah, and enjoy reading. And I hope you will submit your paper, because it is, yeah, we will have a collaboration now with the Kreuter. We have a publisher now, and so you will be the first, or the first contributor in the new journal format. So in the April issue 2021. So yeah, it's great.
Thank you so much.
It's great to see you again. So yeah, this is the end of this year's conference. I hope we will meet again in person then in Rotterdam, and all the IMBRA members, the members of the International Music Business Research Association, are invited to join us for the General Assembly tomorrow, 3 p.m. Central European Summer Time. This is a compromise between the Australians and the US Americans. So yeah, it's not easy to have a meeting in COVID-19 times. For those who are interested to become members, please check our website, imbra.eu. And yeah, I hope we will meet again. I hope in person, but if not, online. And yeah, I wish you a good evening, night, afternoon, maybe also morning if you're from the US now with us. Yeah, see you soon, and good luck in difficult times. Bye.